Oh, yeah. Yo. Big gameplay. Yes. Good morning. Is that Phil? Hello there.
Wait.
Mr. Timeout 77. Good morning, sir.
Oh my god! I hate Kunst! Kunst is trash!
It's a good day today. I'm fucking tired, but it's a good day today. Oh, there's another message from Mr. Necropolis. Oh, what does that mean? Bouncing and slaying Suno remakes. I was fucking around with AI some more for fun. Then I saw they saw they have an audio upload function that lets you upload your own music and then let the AI remix the song for you. So I was curious what would happen if I would feed it to bouncing and slaying, and holy shit, it made a fucking sweet variation of the melody and kept the vibe of the song. I know you said fuck AI, but bro, listen to the vibes. It's spitting out when you feed it a strong idea. Okay, so I'm not a big AI guy, but let's see. Let's listen to it. I gave my song to AI, it made magic. So wait, before we listen to this, let's listen to the original song, shall we? Let me listen to the original one. This is the original one, Bouncing and Slaying. Which will be the boss theme, by the way. This will be for the first boss. I see it getting annoying really fast. This is a banger, maybe. No, I don't think it is getting annoying really fast. Good fucking morning. Hello, Tim Puff. Good morning, sir. Hell yeah, brother. Alright, so this is the song. And like I'm not a big AI guy. I think AI is repetitive, it is bland, and it doesn't have this feeling. But I could be wrong. All right, so let's see. Let's make this not too loud. I was almost crying. Morgen, hello, der Sayo. You know what this feels like to me? Do you know how when you watched Digimon or Pokemon as a kid or any like anime, there would be like this awesome epic intro to the show every time you watched it on television? You guys remember those? That's what this song feels to me. Gym leader battles, maybe like something like that, yeah. Tsunami. Repetitive, bland, and no feeling. Sounds like your React channel. See you in a minute, bitch. Okay, I added chiptune genre, so that's why it's so much Pregious, probably. I don't know what it is. I just like the original song more. But let's see. Something... I don't know, I can't point out what it is. Maybe because it's always the same speed? I think if you told Cakez it wasn't AI, you made it yourself, you wouldn't like it more. It could be, yeah. Maybe I'm biased. You're right. Okay. Let's listen to the original song again. Let's listen to the original one. Let's make it a bit louder. I don't know what it is. This just feels more... There seems to be more variation in this. This seems to be... Something in this is always the same. And therefore you can tell what's going to happen. It's difficult to... I don't know... I don't know what it is. Maybe I'm just wrong, but this feels... I don't know. Original one is better. Yeah, I think it's... The sound quality is... Maybe it's the sound quality? I can't pinpoint what it is. I'm not a music guy, but I like this more. It's good. Maybe it's the sound quality. Yeah. Hey, sexy day, Cakez. How are you doing today? I'm doing good, bro. I didn't sleep much. The tempo. Stronger punch in this one. Yeah. Yeah, this one is like... But it's still an incredible. It sounds it just sounds virtuoso. Went to work with it. Wait a year or two, then it will be sick as fuck. Maybe, yeah. Sound design today? No, we're just listening to AI version and normal version. And discussing which one of the two is better. I like this. This is still good. I just can't pinpoint what it is that I don't... Like, I don't get the same... It doesn't invoke the same emotions. This doesn't leave me with as much emotions as this. Difficult to put into words. I don't know what it is. I can't pinpoint it. But, hello, man. Hello, Enix. Good morning. Still cool. Really cool, man. To be honest, you know, for now, I think I already have all of the songs I need. Now, you can... Now, if you want to keep making songs, you know, you can always do that. You can, you know, if you have a feeling in mind that you would like to put out, I'm always happy if, to take a look at it and then put it in a game if you want to, right? So, for example, if you think of, I don't know, clouds, right? And then maybe we have a level in clouds or something. I just don't know, you know. Or if you have like, we already have a graveyard theme, unpaid labor. No, he says he's so listen. He says he wants to do this for fun, and for now, but he will be paid for sure. If anything, he will definitely get paid for using like the soundtrack option on my game. So whenever I sell my game, will the first island be forest only? Yeah, the first island. I think we already have 2 songs for the first island, right? 2 wood songs. Let me check here. So I saved all of your music. I think we have Woods of Tangerina. Yeah. I wanna have this song in the game. You know, maybe a bit faster, but already... Anyone else having small Fs? Wait. I'm dropping no frames. So far I have not dropped a single frame. Lolech, hello there. Good morning. And hi Blue Oak on YouTube. A German in Germany is a clown in a circus, lol. No epic plant fights. I thought we were gonna make that a desert / cowboy song. This one? Guys, is this desert? Or is this woods? Don't drive game design by music? No, you don't understand. Music drives emotion and feelings, and whenever you close your eyes, you think of a place. Okay? And the more people think of the same place, the music fits there the most. So let's say 100 people listen to the song and 50 people out of 100 people say they think about woods, they think about a forest, they think about a relaxing area. And then 20 people say, oh, but I think about clouds. And then maybe 20 people say, oh, well, but I think about the desert. Right? And so now you have a distribution of where most people place the music. It was cowboy music. I don't think you have to make a new biome based on music. Why not? Why not? Kinda sounds Wild West. So like here, listen. When I close my eyes, I think of clown. I don't know, I think this fits very well with this theme because it's chill. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Fits very well, I think. It's good, yeah. Especially this part here gives like a warm feeling in my heart. Right? Music is still allowed. For the night version of the forest? For the night version?
Gotcha, bitch!
Let's see here. We have more. Is this loud, guys? Is this better? It's good? Good day to you, Mr. Cakez. Hello, Kitos. Oh, that's loud. Oh yeah, this is the boss song, I think. No, this is the boss song. This was the boss song. This was boss song. We fight the necromancer here. Now, can I rename this? Or should I keep the naming for now? So that you can reference these songs. I mean, this is the long one, right? That's a Pogger song. Yeah, this... wait, Saving the World version 2? Oh, this is the long one, right? Yeah, we're gonna put that in a second. This was in the town. This was the town. Rest Brave. Yeah, perfectly. Like, I'm gonna put this and rename this. Not rename this, but add town. There you go. And then Forest Sketch. This is Graveyard, by the way. But this could also be the dark, the night version of the map. When it looks something like this. What do you think? Darker night. Can make it much darker. The only way to make it less bright is to reduce the radius here of those lights. You're very talented, dude, yes. Like me before Christmas, don't listen to kids. Nav, Sandy Claus. Skeletons during the music. Oh, they need to be unlit, these things. Yeah, he's very talented. Anyways, so... this was... you know, during the night. This would be Forest Sketch. Can I rename this Forest Sketch, or can I, like this? This would be night
Good
time.
morning, Senor Cakez.
I don't want to be like Cakez.
Yeah, so we have like 3 versions. So we have this, Forest, and where's that? Saving the World version 2. This is forest biome. There you go. Let's name this here and put it in a game. Necro Saving the World. Play sound. Okay, I'll prefix... okay, wait. Cakez framework. Source. No, not source. Assets. Sounds. 20 minutes in already coding? Yeah, bro. Copy this. I'm gonna say Necro. Because then I have the reference.
Yes!
I don't want to be like Cakez.
And then this would be stop sound. There you go. Let's add that in, then we have this. There you go. What happened to the usual streams? What do you mean usual streams?
Gotcha, bitch.
Thank you very much for following, Goofy System. I appreciate it, brother. I'm not sure what you mean. But it sounds really... Fail to load WAV file. Uh-oh. Why can I not load WAV file? Oh, because it's an MP3. Of course. Yes, I need to take this. And open this with Audacity. 1 hour procrastination, 2 hour of React, 2 yoinked lines. You know what? You're very toxic. I think the noob counter is not high enough. It should be over 9,000. I need to remove the noob counter. Yeah, so counter, clear.
Hello.
Is that how I clear counters? How do I clear the counters, Abeth? What do I have to put into counter? Control, counter, action. Counter, remove. Thank you. Genoss Nymphicus, to answer your question from the YouTube video yesterday, I didn't go to FH because I didn't know about it. I didn't know about how the FH is much better than a normal university. Also, I didn't even know what I wanted to do. Okay, now we have this song here. Hello, Lolboy, good morning. Whoa, Cakes, hey Juicy, good morning. Good morning, sir. Hmm? Ah. Okay, so guys, today we're going to do big programming. I will most likely be in flow state like 99% of the time, unless I get interrupted. What I will do today is rework how projectiles work, maybe. I haven't decided yet. So let's go into the game and go to update and draw projectiles. Why are you capping? Why are you capping? Should I ban you? Weak mental pork? What's this guy capping? Is this guy toxic? 27 messages. This guy speaks only in emotes. Emote only user, yeah. Okay, let's see. We do have some very good stuff on the projectile. The only question is, we need to ask ourselves the question of the owner again. He's a reaction type of guy, you know the type. Why rework? Can't we just use the same? So the issue I have with the projectiles is that it assumes the owner is alive. And it could be that the owner dies. I'm never checking the owner here. Or maybe I'll just leave it the way it is, because so far I think it's been working very well, to be honest. To be honest, I think I'm just gonna leave it the way it is. There's just a couple of things that I would like to remove from the projectile that can be determined using the owner and the stats of the projectile. Well, I think actually the stats from the projectile, actually. First and foremost, I would like to create a function called create underscore. A create projectile function. Let's see. Creatability of type, init entity. So that would be a projectile or void projectile reference pointer, actually create projectile, and that should take in projectile, and it needs to have an owner. Whether that be, I guess, a const. I think. Are we writing reusable code? Yeah. I cannot believe my eyes. Const these nuts. Hello, Technotrollen. Alright, so how do we do this? Essentially, all we need to do is add the projectile to the game state. Not very difficult, and then I wonder, does the add function remove us something? It returns us an index, and then we return the address of the game state, projectiles on edx. Return reference to projectile, to the projectile. Now, do we need this? Not sure, but I'll keep it like this for now. Now, the only thing that we need to do here is I want to make sure that the range for the projectile is set properly. Actually, do we need this function even? Get range. So here's my issue, right? What I would like the projectile to have is a base range and a base speed that then gets... So essentially what I don't want to do is the following. I don't want to do this. You can hear the baby, yeah? Yeah, she's crying a lot. So essentially this right here is... I want to rename this to base range and base speed, and then I want to do the multiplication in the update loop for the projectiles. Because now I have to do this every time I create a projectile, and I'm telling you, I create a lot of projectiles. You see this here? Speed. Now over here, the homing missile speed is not affected by the projectile speed. And now what I need to do is I need to go to every single line of code where I create these projectiles. How does this even work? Oh yeah, it does work. Looks a bit odd, but it does. I just saw your video about being self-taught and realized how lucky I was with my university. We had courses that had us do physics with C++ and building a 2D engine using SFML. Wow, we also used OpenGL, and I never realized how amazing that was before I listened to your video. You got really lucky, man. Holy shit, awesome. That is really cool. What type of game did you make, bro? Cool.
See that, Inukai? Another YouTube enjoyer that liked the video I did, huh? Sounds like a you problem to me, bro. Sounds like a you problem to me. People really like, you know, the discussion around this stuff. See that? You have anything to comment?
On this? Wanna comment this? I give you the mic. Come on. There you go. Cakez, you have a typo in your shorts as often as you often have. The one about vector is called ST vector instead of S. I'm pretty sure I like renamed this 5 times to make sure it's spelled correctly. Is it really ST vector? Maybe someone hacked my account. I made 100% certain, sure, that I didn't misspell this. Wait a minute. You kidding me? Yikes. Oh, by the way, guys. 8K. 8K, brothers. 8K. Growing, yeah. Pork champion. True. Are you fucking kidding me? It's actually called ST Vector. Wow. Sorry about that. Lol. Pretty sure I got a bunch of downvotes because of that. Actually, I didn't. I have like 94%. 95. Lol. Thank you very much, Inukai. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, bro. Thank you. Okay. Aggressive expansion. True. Hit survivor bias. Every other YouTuber and watcher died of cringe. Don't time out, please. Joking. No, it's not survivorship bias. I know when people don't like my videos based on the downvotes I get. Okay, guys, I need to quickly bring up another baby here and the Kinderwagen in English, whatever that's called. Okay. Another baby. 1 baby, 0 games. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Just wait. Okay, so what we're gonna do is just remove this and then wait. So what we do is git add. You know, we do the proper programming way. You know, git commit -m. And then reworking projectiles. Git push. Okay. We're gonna do this. Coding right from the start using Git. Yeah, true. Nothing weird about that. Oh, Inukai did something. Don't skip the important part of that message. It's my favorite shot, by the way, because of the comments call you incompetent. Really? The shorts, the comments in the shorts call me incompetent? Let's see. Let's read some of the incompetent comments. Link it to me. React time. Let's see here. Can you please dismiss this and shut the fuck up about it? Content. 48 megabyte git push. And shorts. The STD vector comments. Welcome back, Pirate Software. So why was STD error not an option? I can't really say why, to be honest. I would just lie and say about the compilation time, but no, I should have used STD array, I guess. But I didn't want to use STD array. STD, the standard library. From coding to comment checking, we went from 100 to 0 within the blink of an eye. 8,000 fools. Are you subscribed to my YouTube Red site? Speaking of STD, has your herpes cleared up? Yeah, it's just, how do you call that? Crust now. You can reserve with STD vector and also pass in a different allocator for different allocation strategies and even write your own tracker for memory usage. Pure static fixed sized arrays have their place, but are usually a bad idea. They map with gaps when you load your program. Putting them on a stack can be far worse for memory corruption than dynamic. Don't just disregard dynamic memory allocation because it's dynamic. It's there to solve some problems for you. So this guy is saying that an array, a C array, is created with gaps. There's no way. Virtual memory in a C array is continuous. Especially if I allocate the memory myself in a block. So, like, I guess he doesn't have the full, how do you say that? The full, what is that called? Context of what I'm doing. But if I do a ginormous allocation and then do a sub-allocation for an array there, it is continuous in memory. So I wonder, maybe he's talking about when it's on the stack. What graphics library is this? This is OpenGL. It was a reply to the top comment. To the top comment, a reply. To be fair, you could use STD vector with a custom allocator. Then have your allocator only pull from a fixed chunk of memory. But it really sounds like you want STD array. Yeah, this comment is spot on. You're such an incompetent programmer. You know what I find funny about this stuff? Is that people are incompetent when they do stuff differently than others. And in my opinion, programming is not about what tools you use, but how you use the tools that you use. But it's really funny. Now you're incompetent because you're not using the standard vector or the standard vector library with the custom allocator. So a fixed memory allocation for a dynamic array. Dude, not the craziest idea. Like LLVM project has a data structure. They use the small vector, which is obscenely an STD array with the interface. Additionally, you could have an allocator, do logging, as you mentioned by But more importantly, it opens you up to use more low-level systems. I think this is cool. You know, people are engaging with this and writing comments. This is the most amount of engagement. Not this particular show, but I get a lot of engagement out of this, you know. So I don't mind. I don't know. Yeah. I have read a really fun comment lately though, but I'm pretty sure I lost it. Let me see. This guy went to town, I'm telling you guys. Let me try to find it. Is it this one? No, it's a long one too, but I'll show you. It was really funny. It started so innocent as well. Maybe I can't find it. Oh, there it is. So this is about why we should stop killing games, right? And then 1310, the box copies of the crew that I found specifically said that the internet connection required and license revocability only apply to the online portion of the game. And then it's like 1420. Live service games with single player focus are not rare. Then 26. When you're paying money for something, even a revocable limited game software rents a license by the act of accepting the money, they are bound to some kind of responsibility. 31:20. Many games were sold as box copies in stores. 36. Internet required. Permanent internet connected required. Is not the same as only last until return of the service. Now that's some actual engagement, yes. Ubisoft having to pay license fees continually is their problem. True, true. Customers don't care. The monetization stuff is a red herring. And then I'm a software engineer at a medical software company. I write healthcare software that our company sells as both a license and a service. You better respond to this comment, Cakez. I can't. He wrote too much, man. Like, goodness. No, Cakez, it's not because you did it differently. It's because your argument was bad. Okay, fine. Let's check something, okay? So my idea is that the standard library is slow and I don't like compiling the standard library. Now that I have more knowledge. But fine. Let's include std vector. Include array. Right? Is it std array, guys? Guys, how do I include std array? So it's just array, right? And then I can use std array. That would be a projectile. And then the size is 10. Test array. Const. That makes no sense. But static. Okay. Let's see. Now we go into the build.batch, build.sh file, and we profile the build. Oh. Okay, we trace, we profile build, and then we see how long it takes to build this. Okay. Are we done? Okay, that was reasonably fast. So maybe my argument doesn't hold up. Yeah, so guys, I think the reason why I'm burping is because I'm fasting. And what it feels like to me in my stomach is that all of the food in my stomach is being digested. And what is left is just the, how do you call that? The acidic part. And the acidic part is a little bit bubbly. And, well, like, it's basically like this. Okay? So this is what I think is happening to me. Because I've been thinking about this a lot. So if this is human body, right? Okay. This guy has noodle arms, but okay. And so if this is your stomach, I don't know. With like it goes here into the right. So what I think's happening is as the food digests and, you know, goes here, it creates bubbles. And this one's left, and it's like, it's a little bit foamy and bubbly. And, well, the air goes up here. Because it's getting empty, okay? It's emptying itself. This is a balloon, right? This is a balloon. And so it's emptying itself, and there's no new food that comes down, which would put the air into your colon, and therefore you would fart it out right here. So that's what I think's happening. That's why I burp so much. I think that's literally what's happening. Because what I notice is the following. The longer I fast, at some point, this stuff right here is completely gone. And I'm left with an empty tank. And that is usually what you guys call stomach growling. When everything here is just gone. Like it growls for a little bit and then this is just completely empty. So once I get, every time I get this growling feeling, I know that it is empty. I eat a lot. I eat in the evening. I just eat in the evening. I don't eat during the day. Anyways, what was I gonna do? Oh yeah, Chrome. And then what is this called again? Shit, guys, fuck. JSON loader. The JSON. Is it a Chrome tracing? Chrome tracing? Ah, actually it is. No, we have to load this because here. I built a JSON file of how long the game took to compile and how long my engine took to compile. Where's the engine? Tangy defense JSON. So let's take a look at the game. How long did it take to compile? And now we can figure out which source was taking a long time. So array, see this? I told you. Almost a fucking second of compile time. I knew this was gonna happen. See this? My entire GL core and game is almost as long as the inclusion of array. Why do you care? Well, I care about speed when developing my game. I don't want to wait. So I'll show you something that is insane. You want to see this? I'll show you. Take a look at this. This is why I don't really like using the standard library too much. In my case, because I have a Unity build. I build the entire game every time I you know, invoke the build command, and I want to have this done in like a second every time. I want it to be fast. Take a look at this file system. Hello TCAP, how's it going, bro? Oh my god. File system. Take a look at this. I'm building this right now. Dev caring about speed, of course. So this is taking some time. It's now building the engine. Now it's done. Let's load the next one. Game. Take a look at this. File system, 1.5 seconds. It's literally as long as this together. And this is like, this is twice as long as these two combined. My entire engine and game can be built with this. And this is literally twice as long. Hope you're doing good, Mr. TCAP. Hey, Cakez, who asked? We were talking about a short. I'd say try using modules instead of headers. It might take too long to switch over. And I don't know if Clang has decent support by now. Also, I don't like file system either. I don't like how you interact with it. But anyways, so yeah, that's why. That's one reason, but also, to be honest, STD array could have been a fine choice too. But by this point, it's not my argument in the short. Yes, let me see here. How long is the short? How long is it? Let's see, content. How long is it? Is it already... Why can I not see how long it is? Just curious, what made you go with your own array types? 43 seconds. I think I didn't have enough time to go into this. Or I didn't talk about it. But fine. I'll make better arguments in the future. It's okay. You know, it's about learning. Alright, brother? You know, I'm one that is openly learning. I will learn from this, you know, and become better. That's fine. Now, guys, stop interrupting me, okay? Stop. We were about to engage into flow mode, flow state, and you interrupted me. So this is why I don't get anything done. It's because of you guys. It's your fault. Don't get very close. What are you gonna do? And so I'm going to enter. I'm gonna enter flow state now.
This done, man?
See you in a second.
I can't dodge.
So first and foremost, what we're gonna do is we call this base range. Base range, and then we have a base speed. There you go. And then I'm going to take away the projectile type. I'm going to take away the ability data. Actually, we're going to close this from yesterday. I'm not going to add the ability. I'm not going to change how the ability functions. I don't think I need to make that happening. Then F8, yeah. Game.h. Where is my struct projectile? Ability data, gone.
Gotcha, bitch.
Then target ID. Yeah, we need that for homing. Impact effect, fog sprite, sprite ID, ability ID. Okay. Position, direction, fact position, questionable. Travel distance. No, this stays. We need this, I think. We have time, we have duration, we have base range, then homing, rotation speed, base friction. Do I use friction? Let's go to the game. I never use friction, so friction can go away. Type can go away here. Type can go away. Type can go away. Type can go away. There you go. So we already fixed that, and then we go to update and draw projectiles. And so the first thing we do is, if we don't have an owner, we need to decide what's going to happen. Okay? So I'm going to keep the way it is. So let's go over to Paint and explain to you what my issue was with projectiles in the first place, and why I'm here programming this again for the millionth time. So let's say we have a tangerine, okay? Huh? Sorry about that. We have a tangerine, okay? Tangy. Okay? And this guy shoots an arrow in a direction. Now this arrow by itself will need to store some stuff about how much damage it does and stuff like that, okay? And eventually it is going to collide with an enemy. Enemy. Now the reason why I'm doing this is because I can enter flow state much easier after this if I know exactly what I'm gonna do. Because I need to, you know, answer a couple of questions. So let's say here we have projectiles, okay? Projectiles. So now the projectile can have certain effects happening whenever it hits the enemy. Okay, so let's say the projectile hits the enemy. There could be a number of effects that's happening based on what type of projectile I fire. So there could be an explosion. It could leave a puddle. And a number of other things can happen when this projectile hits. And usually these things, they are dependent on what I call an ability. An ability. That ability is something that the tangerine has. Okay, this guy has a list of abilities. One of them being, for example, explosive arrow. Explosive arrow. And so that would cause, obviously, an explosion. Holy, yeah, this is World of Warcraft, brother. Okay. And now what's the issue that we need to upbuild in English? Yeah, wait, we need to learn that. Okay, over time we're gonna become better at speaking English. Nostalgia level 1000. True, 10,000. Upbuilden English. Depict, portray, picture. Okay. Depict, yeah. So, what was I gonna say? There's a use case that we need to portray here, or depict, in which the tangerine dies before the impact. Okay? Dies before impact. Okay. So what happens then? The explosive arrow should still, the arrow here, in my opinion, should still explode. In my opinion, it should still explode. Arrow. Should still explode. And so the explode. Goodness. Right? How is that an option? So I want to pose to you guys the question. Do you think that this is a bad idea? Should the arrow disappear if the Tangy dies? Should the arrow still explode? Should it still hit? What should happen when the original unit of the projectile dies? So what if... let's Google this while I wait for... it should explode, fly past. In monkeys don't die in balloons. In balloons, monkeys don't die, so they don't have this issue. Does die mean getting flagged as death or completely wiped from memory? Either way, the ability description could be decoupled from the Tangy. Why shouldn't it continue to exist? Yeah, so my point is that it should continue to exist because I fired the arrow. The arrow was loaded with a bunch of stats. The arrow was shot in a way that it is a special arrow, right? So it should still hit because it's a physical object in the world. And making it disappear just because my unit died doesn't make much sense to me. Good, because I have code in the game which unfortunately is of n squared proportions that is making the game slow but keeps the tangerines alive if there are projectiles still alive or buffs on enemies that are still alive. So I'll show you. Let's mark this as A so we can jump to this. Update. Entities. Over here. So I'm updating my heroes, okay? For every hero, I check whether they are not dead. If they are not dead, I obviously update the hero. If they are dead, then I make sure that I don't select them anymore. I can't select dead heroes. And now I'm trying to find, and this is where the n squared comes into play. For every hero, I check every enemy. Okay, that's bad. I'm trying to find an existing projectile in the projectile list. So not only do I update this list of projectiles twice every time I update my game, because I need to go through this list of projectiles to update them, and when I update the hero, I need to go through the list of projectiles again to figure out if an existing projectile has been shot by my unit. Okay. And if it does, then I don't delete the hero. I wait before I delete the hero, because I want to make sure that I can get the data from the hero. So in order to fix this and this too, the loop for enemies and loop for projectiles whenever I update heroes, because this can grow out of hand, you know. Let's say I have 100 heroes and then there's 1,000 enemies. Okay, let's just make a little calculator. Let's say I have 10 heroes and then I have 100 enemies. Now, for every hero, I need to go through 100 enemies. That's 1,000 iterations. But let's say I have 100 heroes and 1,000 enemies. Now, all of a sudden, I have 100,000 iterations just to make sure that I don't kill off the unit before, you know, if it didn't involve dynamic allocations, it would sound like a prime example for a shared pointer. This has nothing to do with pointers, keeping stuff alive, or unique pointers. This has just to do with where do I get the data from in the projectile so that I don't have to... Why not store the projectile what it needs? That way you can delete the hero. Make the projectile unrelated to entities which get created when firing. See, like, the reason why I need these amounts of iterations is just because the projectile doesn't have enough data. It's what I do. I think this is the best way to do it. Let's work on projectiles first, because we have another issue here where we check for existing buffs on enemies. So what should happen with buffs? Actually, let's not do the ADHD thing and work on two things at the same time, okay? Let's not do the ADHD thing, because I keep doing that. We are working on projectiles first. The buffs should snapshot, yeah, but I mean, if a buff kills an enemy, the experience points and the hero is no longer alive, the experience points, maybe they should just not exist. Too bad for the hero. The ADHD thing is very relatable. Yeah, like you're moving from A to B to C to D and you're not getting anything done because there's too many questions in your head and you are unable to focus on one particular problem because in your head there's like 10 questions that are still not answered and you're looking for the answer somewhere but you can't find it. And ultimately what you have to do, and I realize a lot of times, you just have to try out something, see if it works. If you read this, continue working. Yes, sir. Okay, so in order to do that with projectiles, I think we're actually going to split up. I think I'm just gonna keep... Let's make a little thought experiment here. No, not a thought experiment, a little comparison. Let's go for struct ability. And then calculate how much data this is, okay? Take a calculator here. So, what do we have? We have... Actually, I can put it here, right? We have an ability ID, that's 4 bytes. Plus another sprite ID, that's another 4 bytes. Plus a string ID, that's another 4 bytes. Plus another 4 bytes for the int, another 4 bytes for the activation count. Plus 4 times 4, 16 bytes for these floats. Plus ability flex is an int, that's another 4 bytes. Then the description with 300 characters, that is actually 300 bytes for the description, plus another ability type, which is another 4 bytes, plus target type, which is another 4 bytes, which target priority is another 4 bytes, plus a weapon attack, which I think we need, which is another 4 bytes, plus a stat bundle. That is... Actually, I wanna print this out because I'm too lazy to figure out how much that is. Size of stat bundle. Let's figure out how much this is. Optimizes for specific... Why call it size of when you can count every member? I guess we can do size of projectile, yeah. Size of... Actually, you're right. Size in bytes.
Long live chaos. Esport, Twitch, online casino, sports betting, equals
Guys,
scam,
okay.
fixed match.
I didn't sleep
High hell
much,
doesn't
okay?
exist. Don't be afraid of death and
Hello,
you'll
Collector.
be stronger. Turn on your faucet every night and never turn it
Oh
off.
my god.
Add bleach to the food and throw it in the fire.
I got angry. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, relax. Okay, sorry about that. Let's go. Good take. First ever good take. Wait a minute. Yeah, I thought this was funny, but this is actually a toxic message. Explanation right. Listening, holy, good old, I should explode. Gotta fact check. Dev noted. If you... Huh? Das? Bitte. If you read this, continue working. I mean, you helped me work, so it's fine. Was a good ride. No, it's okay. I mean, you were nice before, so one nice message takes away a toxic... No, actually, that's not how it is. If the message is too toxic, it doesn't take away. Where is Zoe? Omega lol. Oh, she's in the other room. And she's getting strong, you know, and fat.
Hello, Cakez.
Alright, how much size is it? Aha! What a huge difference. I mean... Oh my god, I'm so fucking stupid. So it's more than half of the size, the description itself. So what I would like to do is this. We're gonna do this. You know what? Oh, we're gonna grow up now. So we have ability description and we have a struct. Actually. We do a struct. Stop it. Ability. Ability. Lity 2. And that has ability data. Data. And then... okay. And then we have this character array here. The character array for the description. And so it's gonna be a lot of coding, but I think it's worth it. So build this. Oh, wait. Let's not destroy the game, huh? I'm not wasting any time today, bro. I'm literally coding the new projectile code so that we can reference projectiles, we can reference abilities on projectiles. That means I don't have to care about whether a hero dies on impact. I can still reference the ability, what it does. Okay, sir? And then I can still do the explosions and do the damage calculations, you know, and everything just works. Okay, bro? So shut the fuck up, bitch, and let me code, okay? You're always unhappy with what I'm doing. Sounds shit. You are shit. I remember when I first found this stream. You never had a game in a playable state. You're wrong, bitch. I have the game in a playable state right now. It's called Cakez on Steam. And for those people that are saying that I never released a game,
Well, you're wrong. I have a demo version out on Steam. I have had that out for almost 2 years now. So you're completely wrong and you don't know what you're talking about.
how many of you guys have a demo out on Steam, huh? How many of you have a Steam page? No one? Ah, okay.
Gotcha, bitch.
Good to know. I thought so. You know? You know who the only person in this chat? Well, Real Superku too. And some other people too, okay? But 99% of chat have no idea what they're talking about. You know who can tell me something about making a game? Coffee Lava. Because he has put his game out on Steam. You know, he has had big balls. Any other read here? Wishlisted for yes. Expected release date 2035. Okay, I remember when I first found the stream, you never had the genre game in a playable state. Buy cakes. What is this pinned message? Thank you very much, Mr. Linus Mail, for following. Delete this message. Had big balls, what happened to them? He still has big balls. I wish him all the best for his game, man. I'm pretty sure if people don't play it for long, I'm pretty sure he can still work on it. But I don't know. T-Cap, have you talked to Coffee Lava recently? Like, what does he want to do with this game? Like, does he have any plans? Actually? Alright. Entering flow state now. So, guys. Now, the ability of type needs to return an ability too. And this is going to be a big dick rework now. Because this ability dot needs to be dot data. Will Cakez finish the game before GRRM finishes? Wow. How's the game called on Steam? He's making a new game. Oh yeah, he's making a new game. You're right. Okay, guys. So we're going to use the Vim motions to replace now. And if Vim makes any mistakes, then Vim sucks. So, how do I replace again? Sorry. We need to do colon S. No, wait. Wait a minute. We need to do. Wait, how do I do this again? How do I like replace with Vim? Is it slash? Slash? No, wait. Wait a minute. It's colon percentage, yeah. Colon percentage S slash ability dot with you know what? I don't like this. I need to see the blue bar at the bottom. This blue bar in Visual Studio Code always helps. Wait a minute. Right, let's see. One more time. Colon S replace. Wait, is it percentage S replace slash ability backslash dot? I think we have to escape the dot and then slash to ability dot data dot, and then we need to do slash G C, right? Trailing characters. Fine, let's try to do it with a little bit less. Colon replace slash ability. Oh, it's not percentage, it's ability dot with ability. Wow. Ability dot data dot. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What happened here? Yeah, so how do I make it case sensitive? How do I make sure that it's case sensitive? Replace ability dot with ability dot data slash and then G? C? How do I make it case sensitive, guys? Any Vim motion guys here? How do I replace with case sensitivity? A skill issue took place. Vim is my favorite VS Code extension. Hello there. Difficult name. Shah Zain? Good morning. Cakez coding so much today, kinda wild. Shift V, select region, then S. Yeah, I just use X. Replace. G. So you say it's G? No, doesn't work. Slash I. Okay, thank you. So, colon, wait. Colon, replace ability dot with ability dot data slash I. Slash I doesn't work. Uppercase. A big percentage S. A big S. Okay. Let's see. Wait. Let's do this again. Replace ability. Replace ability. Dot data. No, it doesn't work. Doesn't work, guys. You want to make the ability uppercase? No, I want to replace only the lowercase ability. I don't want upper. I want this to be case sensitive. If I type in a lowercase ability, I want this to replace this ability, but not this ability. So I want this to be okay. Wait, Vim replace case sensitive. Case preserving substitute in Vim. No, I don't want it to target. Replace GC. Right click, rename symbol. It's like teaching my grandma how to type an email. Slash big I at the end. Slash big I. No, it still grabs this. It's not supposed to grab this. Vim is so trash. What the fuck is this? What a shitty editor. What a shitty... This is so bad. Vim rename is case sensitive by default. It's VS Code dvim that's making it insensitive. Okay, so it's the extension. So this is Visual Studio Code. Great. Fine. Fine. Then I guess I'll do... Okay, wait. There's no way that this works, bro.
Gotcha, bitch.
This doesn't work. This doesn't work. What you're typing. The VS Code Vim plugin is trash. So true. Way better off using Vim or NeoVim. Yeah, I tried it, but Mr. Prime has it. Doesn't work the tutorial, man. I wanted to use it, but his tutorial didn't work. So I couldn't get Vim to work, man. I tried. And now I'm stuck with this. There's a setting in the Vim plugin which enables the default Vim ignore case. Thank you. Thank you, sir. The plugin is no longer trash, guys. Ja, Sekunde. Give me 1 second, guys. I need to, we need to watch something, because I need to take the baby now. Was ist? Sie will nicht ruhig sein? Die ist zu warm. Wait a minute. Sorry about this, guys. I wanted to go into... I knew this was gonna happen. Right-click, rename symbol. Stop it. Keep it. I have a package here. Random clips too expensive. Zoe, yeah, sorry about this, guys. We have to bring her to sleep now. So, I guess we listen to some chat takes and then she'll sleep. Thank you for using Vim. With Vim you can easily replace text in your favorite editor. Just use the simple command. True. So what do we do?
Oh my god!
I think I can replace this. I think we can do some slow coding.
No, I'm sorry!
Okay. And
What the fuck is that? Microsoft
I guess-
Office? I didn't want to start that trash.
Why do people recommend Vim like it's better? They hate Microsoft.
Jesus, I'm sorry. Oh my god. That
Yeah.
burn proliferation.
Nine.
Not taken a not even close to
Okay. Now pacifier. Let's put on pirate software VOD and remove camera and mute mic. What is wrong with this guy? So we're going to replace all of the abilities now with ability.data. And then there's a couple of the description things that we need to ignore. Okay, she's gonna sleep in like 20 minutes, guys, okay? And then we can speed up the coding again. It's fine. I'm just making sure that there's enough air in the room here. She doesn't like the heat, you know? It's very hot in Germany at the moment. Or it's been very hot in the last couple of days. She just can't deal with this. I don't know about you guys, but I can't deal with this either. It's so hot. I think she makes the stream twice as good. So cute. Alright, so. What I don't like is that I oftentimes want to turn these development sessions into YouTube videos. Simply to, you know, preserve my... How do you call that? Werdegang in English. Let's Google that really quickly. Not career, not development. What is it called? The process. To preserve the process. Yeah, the development process, diary. Development log, the journey, yeah. To log the journey, exactly. And so, I don't like her, I don't want her to be in the YouTube videos. Eternalized like that. Twitch VODs go away. That's fine. So, because she can't consent, right? The downfall. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we do colon s slash ability dot, and then we change that to ability dot data, and then I think we need to do slash even, because sometimes there's ability. Oh wait, data dot, and then I think there's going to be another slash needed. Let me check, because there could be ability twice in one line of code, but I guess it's fine. We're just gonna replace it like this. There you go. Now we're going to get a bunch of other errors because of the description. The ability description is this, so we're gonna go by hand and just replace this like that. I don't recommend it because it's different, and at least I can find more efficient to work in. Why do people recommend Vim? People recommend Vim because you don't have to move your hand as much on your keyboard, and it is much easier on your wrist. You could potentially get wrist issues if you program a lot every day and you don't use Vim motions. Vim motions are meant to be ergonomic and make your life a lot easier navigating around in text. Not only in code, but also in text. As far as I know, Vim was originally created... Was it actually created in terms of programming? Yep, Vim motions are primary... the motions are primary... primary benefit, yes. Exactly. Oh, we're still making progress. I'm very happy. You know, that's fine. You know, this is what I usually do in the evening too. You know, when Zoe just won't shut up and my wife is like, she can't deal with this anymore, then I would sit here, you know, drink myself a little bit of maybe coffee or some water or some alcohol-free beer, and then just slowly work on YouTube. It's really cool. I think the Vim motions predate the mouse. Yeah, it could be, but the mouse, in my opinion, makes you actually slower. Good sir, oh god. Good day, sir. It is Lord August A.M. I'm writing from the account of one of my peasants. Basically, I'm ready to sponsor your project, or how you call it nowadays, kickstart. The only offer I want is some kind of an entity that represents me. For instance, a crew member from the game Among Us. Really like the game, much fun, would recommend. Anyway, hope this letter finds you well. Smiley fake. Now, okay, how much money are you gonna give me? You know, there's always pay to win happening, you know. I'm always open for money discussions around putting something in my game, you know. In case you didn't know, there's actually a Patreon, $50. You could put an item in the game that you would like to design. Now, obviously, I would never put a penis in the game. Obviously, it has to be PG. But, you know, I'm always open for suggestions, if the money is right, of course, you know. Just pointing that out. This guy is obsessed with Among Us, by the way, guys. He's been bothering me with Among Us for like half a year now. He's very persistent. It's crazy. I don't know where this guy comes from, why he's so persistent, but you gotta respect the hustle, guys. It's insane. Maybe he's already convinced some other streamers to put Among Us characters into their games. Think about it. He is spreading Among Us characters. He's actually, literally, freely advertising the game Among Us. I'm not gonna read that again. Gotta admire the dedication. Yeah, true, true. Next side project should be an Among Us clone. It's a disease. How much money for PP? How much money for PP? I will never put a real dick in my game. You can't pay me enough money to put a real dick in my game, bro. So let's go and extrapolate, right? So let's say you give me €1,000,000 to put a dick in my game. Let's go to the... You're like some oil prince, right? You have like €1,000,000 pocket money or something. So here's what I would have conflicting thoughts about this. Why is this not taken? Weird. So my thoughts about this, I would have conflicting thoughts about this. So because extrapolate the how much money people could give you. You know, just go higher and higher. Sie fängt an zu schlafen. Ja, aber sie muss 20 Minuten, damit sie Tiefschlaf ist. Wenn ich sie wieder bringe, dann ist sie sofort wieder... Wieso bist du wütend? Ja? Du musst reden, dass sie das Gefühl hat, dass da jemand ist. Ja, genau. Anyways, what was I gonna talk about? Yeah, so we extrapolate the money into astronomical heights, right? So, my issue with getting offered, let's say, like for real, right? Let's say €1,000,000 to put something into my game. I have the issue of, did I actually earn this? Or did I just get lucky? You know, I happen to come across this guy that is really rich and he just happened to give me $1,000,000 or €1,000,000. So that is what my conflicting thoughts would be. You know? Let's see, what is this? Wizard. Alright, let's slowly replace this. You see what I mean? Data. Dodge. And so, hey! Sorry, that was loud. I don't want to wake up Zoe. So what do you guys think? So, I would not be as proud. I would not be as proud as, let's say I sell my game and I make €1,000,000 compared to I put a dick in my game because someone paid me €1,000,000. How old are you? I'm level 34. 34, yeah. 1,000,000 German dollars. Good day, sir. It's a Nigerian prince. I'm willing to follow up on our previous contract. You promised to put a PP in game in exchange for 1,000,000 German dollars. But so far you have not followed up on your end of the bargain. Please respond. Hey! Did you hear that? Wait a minute, guys. Okay. But then what if your game sells more because it has a wang in it? 1,000,000 is 1,000,000. Yeah, true. But so, I don't know about you guys, but for me, I seek validation in something that I do, and I want to be successful in something that I do, so that I know... Why is this ad, by the way? So that I know that I'm able to be successful in one thing that I do. If that makes sense. You know? And so I would feel like I got lucky and not really deserve the money or deserve the... And it's not even success, right? Isn't a success getting 1,000,000? Yeah, but let's say you play the lottery and you get 1,000,000 out of the lottery, or 10 million. So like, did you get lucky or did you earn this? Know what I mean, bro? And guys, can you make a timer for me? Can you tell me in 10 minutes that 10 minutes are over, please? Can you give me a 10-minute timer and then tell me, okay, well, 10 minutes are over now. In 10 minutes, I need to bring Zoe to my wife again, because she should be sleeping then. Arguably, you have put effort into becoming a presence on the internet, and they wouldn't have found you without that effort. True, that's a way you could look at it that way. True. "10 minutes up." You guys are wrong. Alexa said 10-minute timer. You earn it if you succeeded a lot of your luck of your character. Wait. You earn it if you succeed a lot of luck for your character. Cakes, just time out someone for 10 minutes. Yeah, but I don't get a notification. If you spect... Alright, so this is an ability too. Spect equals succeed. Wait, did he say spect? Usually I'm closer to the screen. Okay, guys? Let me get this closer here. If you spect a lot of luck for your character. Yeah, but guys, does anyone of you even know why my name is Cakez77? Do you guys know why the name is Cakez77? You wanna know? It's because I never got lucky. Because you're soft and weak. This feels toxic to me, I have to say. It feels really toxic to me. By that same logic, you think Pirate Software earned his growth or got lucky because of YouTube short got picked up by Asmongold and others? I think he earned his... Like, you could argue that, but I think he earned his growth simply because he did something new that no one did before. He had a mountain of, how do you call that? Experience. And no, like he would have blown up regardless of Asmongold watching his short or not. He would have blown up regardless. And the reason why I say that is because before he blew up, before I saw Asmongold watch his short, I saw his channel sometimes getting 70,000 views on shorts or more before anyone even knew he existed. So there was something in the algorithm that he figured out, a type of short version that he figured out that worked very well for him. So like, I don't know if you guys know this, but for the longest time, the only thing that he would post to YouTube was studio updates, long plays, and what is it called?
Collector_of_Kek. My man, thank you for $3. Cakez, I think it's finally the time. The time to reveal some hard truth to you. You only have one viewer, I'm collector of stuff, and everyone on this chat is my alt account. Don't believe me? Watch me post this on all my other accounts.
You interrupted me. Thank you very much for $3, bro. I appreciate it. So, like, I don't know if you guys know this, but for the longest time, Pirate Software would like post like 3 types of content. Like it was long plays of games he played, then studio updates, and shorts about his ferrets. And at some point, he changed his formula to include the knowledge he gained from working in the gaming industry, working, having knowledge to be a hacker, and essentially, basically everything he learned when streaming, whether that is speaking with confidence, speaking uninterrupted for long periods of time, so that you can make really good short cuts. You know, if you say one word, you pause, you say another word, you pause. These don't make really good shorts. You can't cut this very well, because it's like cut all the way through. But if you happen to learn how to speak properly for long periods of time, and with confidence, these make much better shorts.
Excuse me.
And so he changed his formula to include this stuff, and it has never been done before. Not in that way. And then take into account the cool thing about Paint, the black background of Paint, is actually the same black background that you get when you make a video that has nothing in it. It just... all of it fits very well together. So he found...
Studio, don't even think about it, guys.
Mr. Cakez7.
Shut the fuck up, you fucking moron! Shut the fuck up! Stop interrupting me!
Sorry. Sorry, Zoe. Alles gut, alles gut. Poor baby. I'm calling CPS. Child Protection Services. Sorry. I'm sorry. No, she's actually waking up because it's loud. And it's warm. It's getting warm. Stop it. Stop it, you Dumbo. No. Mein Schatz, hast du das Fenster zugemacht? Das Fenster zugemacht im Schlafzimmer? Okay, okay. Alright. Cakez gets so triggered when he has to watch a clip of himself yapping. No, I don't like being interrupted, man. I just don't like that, bro. What is this? Abilities. Let's see. So essentially he just changed that formula and it has never been done before. And so people found him and I'm 100% sure people would have found him regardless of Asmongold watching his video or not. Now, did that give him... Mein Schatz, kannst du die Tür zumachen? Bitte? Danke. Now, did that give him a boost? Sure it did. But I don't think it takes away at all from his success. No. Absolutely not. Did I say that right? No, I don't think that is the reason why he was successful. No. You can take a look at the shorts critically and see the quality in them, especially in the beginning. I think it's accurate, but I didn't. But I do nothing. It happened much faster than it would have if you weren't shouted out. I don't think so. I'll show you why. So if you make something that people find interesting and you fill something that people are interested in, then you get something like this. So I've had my very first short blow up too. You see this? Can you see it? Can you read this? It is 460,000, 98% likes. It's a short about easing functions. And no one shouted me out ever. It's a very generalistic short. That doesn't mean that you have to do it in C++, in C. It's essentially just some interesting information. It's short, very well edited. And I still haven't seen it. Botted views? It's not botted views. I don't bot. I'll actually actively delete every single follower that is botted. I'm 450,000 of those views. It's fine, bro. I mean, so no, I don't think so. I feel like if you do something that fills a niche, like I said, can happen naturally, just doesn't always. Yeah, that's true. I know what you mean. I have seen a lot of examples of YouTubers getting pushed because Asmongold reacted to them. And then that creates traction to their channels and they grow faster. And, you know, it's a valid strategy to target big creators so they react to your content. So if you want Asmongold to react to your content, just do a bunch of videos about how certain games are bad or how certain games fail because they have woke stuff in them. Edit them very nicely with gameplay, overlaying, basically B-rolling what you're saying. You do enough of those videos, create great thumbnails that are catchy. Asmongold is going to react to your videos. Then maybe create some fake accounts so that you post them to Asmongold's Reddit to increase your chances, you know? Make sure that these fake accounts are somewhat believable so they don't get banned. Like, there's always ways, of course. 100%. Get ability from list. So that gives me an ability too. Bro has this all planned out. Yeah, I know, of course. Like, I've thought about this. I thought about doing this, of course. I don't feel ashamed admitting that. Obviously, no. I don't mind. I've seen people do this. This is a competitive space. And not doing certain things just limits you. You know? There's also a way that you can view bot on Twitch. Where you have a website with your ingrained, you know, how do you call that? You embed your stream on a website. And then you get more views if the website has a lot of traction. Now, Fextra Life can't do this anymore, but there's other streamers that are still doing it to this day. And it helps, of course. Creates a very consistent viewer base if you have a consistent, if you have consistent traction to the website. I don't mind this at all. That's fine. "10 minutes, police is up?" Okay. Yeah, but I can't bring her to my wife right now. She's in the kitchen. She's making food. So we still have to wait. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much, lol boy. Cakes, bro, no way Asmongold gonna click your shit. Your whole front page is React videos. No, he's not gonna click my shit. I know that. But that's not what I said. You're not listening. But I know that you have trouble listening. It's always the same with you. I said that if... I said that if you want him to react... Wait, what was I returning here originally? It's hard to listen perfectly when he's finishing his TD game. I read between the lines. No, are you stupid? I did try this a couple of times, didn't work, but I could have continued trying it. I just found a better way for me to make content that makes me, that keeps me making content. It took me about 2 years to realize what type of content I want to do on YouTube. That's the type of content that Asmongold is very unlikely to watch, but it makes me happy, and I can make that content. What is this? What is this shitty incoming outgoing? How do I get rid of this? Guys, how do I get rid of this? It clutters this. Ah, shit. Hello, Athano Cakes. Click the blue squiggly next to the line number. Ah, returnability. Aha. Thank you, man. I really appreciate it, brother. Thank you very much. I hope you someday do more small programming projects on YouTube, but I doubt it. I will. Galaxy Media. You know, the only reason why I don't do these at the moment is because I make all of the YouTube videos myself. I cannot pay anyone with how much I earn with my YouTube channel to do the YouTube videos for me that I try to do like every day on stream. If I were able to pay someone to do this and we could both live on this, then I would do all of this stuff, of course. Because I don't have to spend half of my day editing videos. I can just... I'm not having 3 channels at once. I literally have one channel that I work on primarily at the moment. I literally have a batch of 20 videos that I didn't finish or that I have uploaded but not made thumbnails. Like I don't have... Like I even posted this to my main channel. The PoE League launch. I even posted this. That is something I would have posted to the other channel here. To like the Cakez TV channel. But I stopped working on this because I noticed I need to focus on one thing at the moment. Especially with the baby. I just don't have the time. Took you to realize you wanna do low effort content, alright. I was not surprised one bit. Okay, bro. What is this? Oh yeah, .data. .data. No, like the issue that I have oftentimes with making videos and recording is that I do get time for the stream, but after that, oftentimes I get interrupted when I'm recording. And it's all over the place. It's a very chaotic life that I have. Ability. Get ability. This is supposed to be an ability too. Would love to do that for free, but I can't edit for shit. I need to open the door again. It's too warm in here. ist offen. Das ist offen, gut. Du musst das Fenster aufmachen. Guys, I need to help my wife for like 2 seconds, okay? Give me 2 seconds. And Griesfrei, my man, thank you so much for subscribing. 8 minutes ago. Thank you very much, man. Welcome, Traveler. What can I do for you? Yeah, but I swear to God, if you would do 10, I try Godot Z clone one after another. I try Godot, Zig, VS clone one after another with longer time between videos. You would grow faster than with React content that only gets 2k watches. I know that. I know that. But I don't have the time to make these videos at the moment, man. So I do not have time to make these videos at the moment. That's just how it is. I barely get the React stuff done. Don't be mad, guys. React content is not low effort. It's actually a lot of work. You have to find a good video, then pause it constantly to make a point. No, the editing of the React takes a lot of time because you cut out a lot of stuff there. Actually takes more time than you would expect. Unless you don't cut. Wegen dir. Na? Okay. Definitely understand about the chaotic life and being interrupted. If I don't break my person project into tiny chunks, there's no chance. Yeah. What happened? 1, 2, done. That was my last backseat. Yeah, I swear to God, if I want to... No, I know that, Galaxy Media. I totally know that. My most successful videos on YouTube with the most growth have been videos that are unique, that have not been done before and that are not reacts. I know that. However, they also take a lot longer to make. It's multiple streams in one. And I just don't have time for this at the moment. Also, I enjoy doing this, what I'm doing right now. It's fun to me. So, I'm gonna keep doing it. Oops. Okay, so now let's get some stuff done here. We gotta do high profile data dot... Like, we have a lot of abilities in the game. Cakez, you seem pretty proficient at editing last time I saw you do it. Have you considered making a profession out of that? No, because I don't want to do this actually. I don't want to do this as my profession. I want to make games as my profession. I love editing videos when I have the time. It's a lot of fun to me. That's why I do it. But I will love making games more. And so I could try to make a profession out of it, but I would have to actively search out or hope that people would pay me on Fiverr, for example. And I would have to post, I would have to regularly post shorts or videos to my YouTube channel or to a YouTube channel that is called Crazy Edits 77 or whatever, right? So people can find me. It's just time investment that I just don't, I want to spend my time differently. I was thinking about it at some point, but I just don't want to do this, man. I want to be a game developer. I want to be a streamer and game developer. Are you playing Gwent? Yes, I am. I love the Gwent game in Witcher 3. So, yeah. essentially, guys, I have the most fun when I'm streaming. That's just how it is, okay? If I could, I would do this for longer, every day. You know, but maybe in the future. You know, when we in the future, when this is sustainable as like a full-time streamer. Resultability, what does that mean? There you go. What is music are you playing? Can your wife help you with videos? I thought about it, but at the moment it just doesn't work out, you know. She needs to learn how to use computers properly, and then I need to teach her how to edit. And I'm actually quite fast with editing. I have an idea for low effort milking content. You should react to your own Zig videos so you can double dip and maybe change some of your opinions, you know, the shit ones like LSP because of ZenMod. Shut the fuck up, bitch. I'm not looking for low effort content. I'm looking to make the stream as interesting and engaging as possible, and I'm just preserving the stream. I'm just preserving the stream in YouTube videos, because otherwise it's lost, okay? I'm just making sure that I don't lose what I do on stream. That's all. Okay, brother? Posting what I do on stream to YouTube is the most important thing. Now, what I'm still working on, and I'm seeing moderate success, not really much, is how could I make gameplay into stream content? Because that's ultimately what I want to do too. Because with the baby at the moment, there's too much on my mind. Needs to calm down a little bit. Can't you just reload some of the other reacts? No one will notice. No, of course. If you re-upload a video, YouTube notices. What are you talking about, bro? Eh? You stupid? What is this guy talking about? Cakez, do you have a VOD of the stream where it was just your chair? Holy Peter! What the fuck? Wait, I need to turn on this so that the notification plays. Thank you so much for 69 dollars. Holy
Freeze
moly.
Frey just subscribed. Big tick support for 1 year.
Gotcha, bitch.
My man. Greasefly, thank you.
Peter, my man, thank you for $69. For the spend your time how you want fund, yep.
Holy shit, my man. Thank you so much. I don't know what to say. You're too kind. Let me do control. Way too kind. And then I search for minus. There we go. Okay, so let's try this again. Cakez, would highly recommend you react to this video. Imager? Before she play. Oh my god. Okay, this one's old. Alright. Let's move on here. So here's a hot take. I think my reactions to the videos, unless it's a topic that I don't know at all, I think they are very ethical. And they are not low effort at all. So you guys are wrong. Guys, it looks like I'm gonna have Zoe again in a second. Uh-oh. Can you hear her? Yikes. How many errors do we have left to fix? She must have watched one of your shorts. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Okay. You guys are really, you guys want to get banned, right? You do want to get banned.
Gotcha, bitch.
Also, I have to admit, the gunshot sound is satisfying, lol. Thank you very much for following. So, like, what the fuck? Can ability be activated? Oh, I see. Now it's needs to be an ability too. Oh man, we're gonna get Zoe in a second, guys. She's hungry. Not sure why she's not. Think. No, I hate being wrongfully banned. Ah, wrongfully banned. Sure. Sure, brother. Cakes, do you think Mr. Amida will think you are trolling him? He was gone for a whole month and you was change some colors in the skill tree. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're totally wrong. I don't know. Like you're delusional. Maybe you just haven't watched the stream, but it's fine. It is totally fine. What a moron. It's insane. Like, okay. Just wait, you know? I'm telling you. The guy that took 7 years for his game and then it blew up. He kept believing. And I do too. Just wait. Guys, do you love this coding ASMR stream here? The keyboard ASMR stream, is it satisfying to listen to this? With the occasional ambient of baby crying sounds? I have some very nice ambience going on here. Imagine spending your whole day typing .data instead of Control-H. We're gonna have the baby in a second. I'm pretty sure it's gonna come over here any second now. Share what keyboard? It's a Razer Huntsman. Kannst du sie nicht füttern, mein Schatz? Hä? Machst du jetzt? Best ASMR, ja. Oh man. Yeah, so Zoe is currently in a state where she's crying a lot. And she's like drinking a lot as well. But I think it's because it's so warm. So hot. Kannst du sie nicht füttern? Where's this coming from? Get ability here. What is this? Oh, I see. Isn't the baby too young for drinking? Yeah. Wait, this is Zoe? I thought it was you. Okay, bro. 36 degrees Celsius in Romania at the moment. What do we have in Münster? 25 degrees. Like, it just doesn't get colder, man. Like, this is fine. But, bro, like, I would love it to be... Oh, God. It was 36 degrees for us a couple of days ago, too. That was ridiculous. Lol, 25 is nothing. You're wrong. It is. Especially when you have a computer running next to you. Not too young for Germany. Yeah, in Germany we can... You know what's funny? I'm renaming ability to ability 2 everywhere. And soon I'm going to rename the ability to ability 2 to ability again. The reason why I do this by hand, by the way, is so that I can make sure that I don't make any mistakes. If the computer gives plus 10 degrees, the computer gives a lot, yeah. I have to literally have the window open at all times. Used to be 14 when I was young. Really? It used to be 14 that you are able to drink? Damn, and what about cigarettes? In Germany, we can drink when we are 16. We can drink beer when we are 16. Good refactor technique? I think it is. Now, it's definitely slower, yes. But I like it. I get an overview of where I use my ability everywhere. And I just make sure that I don't miss anything. High humidity is almost always the culprit. If it feels uncomfortable. Yeah, that's also true, Peter. Yeah. Humidity makes it worse, yeah. We had as high as 42 degrees. Oh god, that's crazy. Yeah, I remember one time I was in Italy with my wife. She convinced me to go. And it was literally like 40 degrees in there. Like the day we came there, it was like 40 degrees. That was insane. I've never experienced that much heat in my life. It was just impossible. Like, and you can't sleep in this. We literally had a ventilator going at all times. It did nothing. It was so hot. And so the only thing you can really do in this heat is go to the ocean and swim. Cakes. And imagine that Rizoma is living in this. So now what I do think that when you're living in such heat every day, you do adapt to it. Right? But it's still crazy. Like I probably couldn't do it. I'm like a Northman kind of person. I'm like a winter kind of person. Why do you have so little indentation? Because I indent a lot. And so if I have tabs, 4 spaces as indentation, it's basically running off the screen. My indentation goes very high. $40K lines left. Oops, not 22. Not even halfway through. No, we are almost done. We're almost done. You'll adapt to the cold at least. You don't know about the heat, but maybe. So, like, here's what I experienced. I've been running in the heat. Like, I made it a point to run in the heat. Right next to where I live, there is a small little, like, what you call that? Patch of wood, I guess. Patch of forest. And it's like a park, essentially, where you can go, where most people go to take a stroll. And I go there to run. And I've made it a point to... We are done, guys. We are done. I've made it a point to run when it's very hot. So when it was 36 degrees, I went there to run. And I have noticed that it has become easier for me to withstand heat. It's when I'm running. It's still hot and I hate it, but yeah. Yeah, in the forest is always so nice and damp. I love it. Yeah, that's also why I go there. Will you work on gameplay today? Well, we'll first see if this is now broken or if it works. I need projectiles in the game. Let's see if this guy can use Wind Slash and it functions properly. Oh, I didn't train it. It seems to work. Okay, so we have now reworked abilities so that they have the description split from the data, and it looks like the description is still displayed correctly. Now, what I want to do in the next step is do a git commit, git add dot, git commit -m, edit a new ability, split data and description. Git push. Cakes pull-up bar when? I don't think I will have a pull-up bar until I am able to get into a house. So this is gonna be a long time. And I heard over there anything north of 24, 25 degrees is considered a heat wave. That's what we here in the US set our AC temperature. Is that true? You set your AC temperature to 24 degrees Celsius? Really? No, a heat wave. We had a heat wave when it was 36 degrees. But on 30 degrees, we don't get heat warnings. No. So it's like over 30. Massively over 30. I lived in an apartment and had a pull-up bar. Yeah, but I don't have anything that is envisioning here. Maybe like the door back there. Like, so maybe this door right here. This one. That door. That could potentially have like a pull-up bar and you guys could see it on stream. We'll see. For now, I don't think it will add much to the stream. But I'm thinking of actively getting some workout done, yes. Other than just running. Okay, so now what I want to do is remove the normal ability from the game. That this is nowhere referenced anywhere. And the game still functions. So there is one function that still references this. Here. Is ability active? And I guess we could call this, we could turn this into a const. Schnitzel.h. Yeah, hello there, Philip. This is because chat named the file. Sweaty workout stream when? I don't know, we'll see. I was thinking about doing like a gym stream at some point. I just don't have enough internet on my phone to do that. I have like a €5 internet phone contract. Which is everything I need, but I just can't stream. Oh yeah, show squats. Yeah, I want to do this from behind. In the future. In the future. Swimming pool stream in mind. I don't have a swimming pool, bro. So let's see, does this work? Can we play the game with projectiles? It still works. Cool. Can I still make the projectile fly further? Does it fly further? This looks like it flies further. Does it fly further, guys? It does fly further. Cool. So this is what we did yesterday. How projectile speed makes these projectiles fly further. Very cool. Now what we can do is... I guess I could leave this running. Do a pull stream indoors, Cakes. With writing subscriber names and all of that. No. I live near the Austin border, lots of lakes and such. It's full of blondes. Oh, that's nice. Isn't that cool? Alright. Let's do PPPP here. Do this. So now, what I want to do is take the projectile. No, first and foremost, I want to rename the ability here. Number 2. Hopefully this works. 2, ability. And then build the game. Just a rename. Nice. So we have effectively changed the ability now. How long did that take me? Not that long, right? Like an hour to do this? We changed the data of the ability. Renamed ability to ability. I like the comments. Gotten bored after 7-bit. Somebody heard about Coffee Lava. Did he finish his game? Yes. He did. Unfortunately, it wasn't that successful. People didn't leave reviews. I left a review, but it doesn't count. Guys, what is Coffee Lava's game again? What is Coffee Lover's game again? It's something of... Something. It's like 3 words. Of Grandura. Books of Grandura. There you go. There you go. 2 user reviews at this point. I wonder if one of them is mine. Yeah, one of them is mine. So he has 2 valid user reviews. Mine doesn't count because I received the game for free. Bloon City 7. So it is. Guys, there you go. If you want to play the game and support him, there you go. How much does it cost? 9 euros. Posted a month ago. Like, when did he update it? No, he actually updated... Oh, he updated it last 27 days ago. So maybe he just gonna leave the game like this and completely work on his new game. It looks like. I mean, maybe he's like, okay, spending any more time on this will most likely not result in more sales. So he's like, okay, let me make a new game. I learned a lot from this game. Let's make a new one. This is a bit, yeah, sad. Yeah, it's a bit sad. I know, it is. Okay, struct. Projectile. So, instead of the ability ID, we are now storing ability data. And by default, it is nothing. And ability data, the ID, the default one should be ability none. There you go. To make sure that if there is no ability here, then we know. Okay, cool. Now, F8. Ability data is ability data. Think. Oh wow, we don't have that many actually. Get ability. I don't think we need this anymore. And then we just do projectile.ability data.id. Wow, this is cool. Then activate ability, active ability, that would be projectile ability data.id. And then projectile.ability data. See, that I can... It works, guys, it works. This is so cool. I don't need an owner anymore at this point. So I can get rid of the owner from the projectile. AoE damage data, radius, get AoE radius from the ability. Explosive arrow, get AoE radius. It takes in stats, radius, stat AoE. Do we get the Cakez game before GTA 6? I don't know. Did you see that GTA 6 cost 2 billion to make so far? Why does it take so much money to make these games, man? What are they doing? Is it marketing? What are they spending the money for? On? Executives? Did you talk to him or did you just assume that? That he's making a new game? Yeah, you talked to him on stream. DEI? Is it, what is DEI again, guys? What is it? What is the abbreviation DEI mean? Because they have to pay people 2 billion. 2 billion, bro? Really? You're telling me that they are paying 2 billion to employees? What is DEI again, guys? I know it has to do with woke stuff. Diversity, ethnicity, Diversity, equity, inclusion. Okay, it's okay. Diversity, equity. Okay. Yeah, that could be it. Where's my ball? Wait a minute. Biggest cost is likely licensing, to be honest, along with executives, of course, all that music. Oh, yeah. This is why, you know, there needs to be some change with this. Like, this is ridiculous. Do you know who the Fluffy Potato is? He is a Pygame developer who won first in the graphics category in the London Dare using Pygame and MS Paint. Check out his game. Motorbit Collection. I know him. Yeah, I've watched the video before I started making games. Yeah, guys, my wife needs me for 2 minutes. I will let the game play for a second here, okay? Give me a second.
Why does it take 10 days to search for intro time? Why is the program crashing if I search for intro time? Oh my god! So misselijk! This is minutes! This is minutes!
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about this, guys. 5 years. Amazing gameplay. My favorite part was round 2 started and nothing happened. Round 2 didn't start, you dumbo. It is an option auto start rounds that is right here that you can't read because like the menu UI is fucked up. Okay, if I checkbox this, which I guess it doesn't work right now, but I can potentially checkbox this. Okay, bro. And then, you know, the rounds start automatically. Okay, bro? So, shut the fuck up. What was I doing? Oh, yeah. We were programming. What were we talking about, by the way, guys? Guys, what were we talking about? GTA 6 cost? Yeah, right. And what were we talking about the cost again? Oh, my brain, man. Oh, goodness. I do have an excuse though. I didn't sleep at all. Literally. I was awake till 6 AM. I slept like 3 hours. Okay, guys. So. Now. We don't need the owner anymore. We were talking about how easy modern text editors make bulky replacements of strings. Goldfish memory. My app is shutted the fuck to Billy. Yeah, I forgot my point. It is how it is. I think it's a little too much money. And I think it's horrendous what type of licensing fees they have. If you're saying that, like, what type of license they have to literally go for. Like, this is crazy. Supplied the wrong level? Oh, obviously the data changed, yeah. That's toxic towards goldfish. Shut the fuck up, man. Alright, cool. Now, we can finally work on projectiles. Update. Update and draw projectiles. There you go. So, what do I want to do? I want to make sure that the speed is using the base speed multiplied by the get start value, ignore base, projectile dot stats dot stat dot values on stat projectile speed. Now we have projectile speed in our speed equation for the projectile, which means we don't need to supply that anymore. And then there's one more thing. Let's mark this as A, and then wind. Wind.
Bitch.
This is ridiculous. I can't search anymore. Wind slash. It doesn't find wind slash anymore. Why not? Why can I not find wind slash?
Gotcha, bitch.
Wind slash. Game CPP. Are you fucking kidding me? Huh? Are you fucking kidding me? It is case sensitive now. Oh my god. This is such a shitty editor, bro. Now this is... Oh my god. There you go. There it is.
Gotcha, bitch.
Diarrhea React JS. Hello there. Thank you very much for following. That's an unusual name. Are you okay? Hey, Troxy. Yeah, I'm okay, man. Thanks for asking, bro. Switch to a good editor. Don't tell me what to do, bitch. Okay. Okay, base range. All right. So RK. Yeah. There's also a Vim smart case setting which overrides the ignore case setting when the uppercase letter is in your search. Wait, Peter. Wait a minute. There is a Vim smart case. What does that mean? How do I figure this out? What does that mean? Which overrides the ignore case setting when using uppercase letters in your search. Do you use Mac Vibes? Your keyboard sounds like it. No, I use a Razer Huntsman. Why not use NeoVim Chat?
I tried to. The tutorial from Mr. Prime was not good enough, okay? It didn't work. I couldn't get it to work, bro.
It only works if you're smart though. If you use uppercase letters in a search, it will force using the case sensitive search. If you use no uppercase letters, it will match case insensitive. Aha. It ignores cases unless you have uppercase letters in your search term. Ah, okay. So, aha. Okay. Thank you. So, smart case true. Wait, this is true by default, guys. I have to set ignore case to false then. It doesn't find win slash, unfortunately. So I would have to search it like this. Which I guess is fine. I'll try to search like that. That's okay. Alright, so this stuff right here. This stuff right here is now... Let's mark this as B. Go back to A. I need to figure out the travel distance. Which means const float travel distance is this. Proj.base range multiplied by the projectile speed. And then we do const float proj speed is proj.base speed times this. Actually, it doesn't work. So that's the travel distance for the projectile. That is dependent on the projectile speed. And the cool thing about this is, by the way, if this travel distance sucks and people don't like it, I only have to remove this portion of the code to not do that. Okay, if I get feedback from you guys or from other playtesters and they tell me, brother, your travel distance increasing if you have more projectile speed sucks, well, then... No, wait. Projectile range is this. The travel distance is calculated. Bro, use Godot. Your engine will never be as good. FFS. Pleb in chat. Cakes, you have to set ignore case to false then. I think Ghosty is the new hottest. Nobody will propose Vim in the future. No, like, listen. So this might be a hot take, but newer doesn't always mean better, bro. There's a reason why certain things have been around for years. It's because they just work. Okay, brother? Projectile range. Good. Speed. You know what? I'm gonna rename this to proj speed and turn this into a const. Huh?
Meine Mutter kommt. Machst du mir das bitte auf? Wie kann das nicht hin?
Okay, guys. Wie gefällt das nicht?
Nein, guck mal, die schreit. Wahrscheinlich nur.
Soll ich sie mal kurz nehmen?
Ja, bitte, ich muss mal anrufen.
Ja, alles gut.
Warte.
Das ist auch zu warm für Sie.
Ja. Aber was soll ich machen? Hast du sie?
Ja.
Warte.
Halt sie fest, gib sie mir.
Komm, Melody, komm.
Ey du.
Die ist fasziniert mit deiner Füßen. Komm, Melody, komm, meine Süße. Aber. Ja,
Wo ist denn Ihr Schnuller?
du kannst einen davon nehmen. Nicht das, sondern das in Box.
Ja, du willst nicht so viel, sonst fällt sie runter. Gib mir den weißen. Ja, du. Ich denke aber, sie hat Durst.
Ich hab gegeben.
Okay. Sure, they haven't been around for a long time because some people are just too stubborn or lazy to adapt to change. No. Stuff that sticks around. Now you're right there, but then it would be that new people get into this and are convinced that this is a good thing. So let's say that Vim has been around for a long time and only people that have been around for a long time use it. I think your argument does make sense because, sir, new people are enjoying Vim, Neo-Vim, at the same time. So if it was just around because of old people, then new people wouldn't be interested in it or would get into it. I got into Vim because I enjoyed the Vim motions. It was so much better to program in. People tend to recommend what they like and use. I usually say I like Vim and say if I want to try to do, and say if you want to try it, do. But I also recognize that it isn't for everyone. Yeah, true. VS Code plus Vim bindings, hard. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, guys. We are being interrupted today a lot. I still need to do my React. I would like to do 2 Reacts as well. But we are getting close to actually finishing the projectile code. We have now successfully decoupled the projectile code from everything except AUE. Mein Schatz? Okay, guys, I need to open the door. Don't stress yourself. Bruh. Ist das Madonna? Achso. Come here, bro. Eat. Vim has trapped me in many git commits Windows, and I was too dumb to ever figure that out, that tool out. Yeah. If you don't know how to get out of Vim, that's annoying. I've had that happen to me too. Okay, so the last thing, get AOE radius. The AOE radius, I think, should already be... So which one is it? Let's take a look at explosive arrow. Let's mark this as A. Then take a look at explode... Oh fuck, I have to now, I do have to do capital letters. Let's see, so... Explosive. Explosion, great. Explosive. There you go, explosive arrow. When I spawn a projectile using explosive arrow, do I give it the AoE radius? I give it stats. And I give it base range. It's nice to watch you because I always thought it's hard to work with my Jeff around, always interrupting my turn. Me, turns out I'm the one who has it easy, lol. Dude, I'm trying. Yeah, I mean, it is how it is, you know. We get stuff done that we get done. It is how it is, you know. It's gonna be better in the future. It's just a period in which, you know, she's crying a lot. And she just won't stop. It'll be worth it. Yeah, it will be. It will be. It's fine. It's fine. At the end of the day, I can work into the night. So oftentimes, it fucks up my sleep schedule, but at least, you know, I get stuff done. So like, how do you say that? I measure my success by how much I get done in a day. And so if I get this projectile stuff done today and I decouple this from the owner properly, then I'm happy. You know, I'm totally fine. It's okay. Let's see here. So what do we need here? Mark B, and then let's jump to A. This is get AoE radius. What do we need from the radius? We need the ability. And we need the stat AoE. But we already have this. Hey, am I double dipping here? At the end of the day, I can work into the... It's a long-term investment. In 7 years, she can write better code than Cakez and finish the demo for him. Shut up, bitch. Hello, Iffy. Working into the night has the benefit that the temperature goes down, though. I enjoy that a lot personally. Yeah, me too. Me too. Ja? Geht jetzt? Ja? Okay.
Die ist am anstrengendsten. Melody ist gar nicht anstrengend, die ist anstrengend. Jeden 2 Minuten. Mein Gott. Tschüss jetzt. Mach mal
Okay. Okay, boys. Specs. Everything to the maximum, bro. I enjoy working on the night for the noise levels. Yeah, it's calm, right? It's really cool. All right, so get AoE radius. I think I'm double dipping here, guys. I think we're actually double dipping. Do I even use the entity here? Get ability. Get AoE radius. Dip it. So creating an ability. It takes in an entity. And then, okay, we do cooldown here. Data duration. Here's AoE. We take the target stats AoE. So basically the ability stores the AoE. And then in get AoE radius, we get the ability, we get the stats from the ability. And we add that to the entity stats, and then we get the AoE stat from that. But we already have this on the projectile.
Gotcha,
We already have this. This right here, this plus, we have this. This right here is activate ability. So right here. When someone activates an ability, that's an entity. They have stats. And we add those stats to the ability stats. Well, we add the ability stats to the stats of the entity. And then I can use those in the explosive arrow function. Explosive arrow. When we create the projectile, we supply those stats. And then in the projectile, over here, we don't need this. We don't need to get the AoE radius here.
Gotcha,
because we can just get start value. Start, projectile. Stat AoE. There you go. Thank you for following, Selena and I'll geodev. Thank you guys. Gonna go for some lunch here soon, retards. See you later, Mr. Peter. Okay, I think now we have successfully gotten rid of the owner of the projectile. The only thing that we need, and so here's the last question that we need to solve. Okay? Let's figure this out. Active ability. Oh, I see. I think I'll keep the owner ID here. We supply the owner ID. That's fine. Buff owner ID. Damage number owner ID. I think the projectile should still have an owner to go back to. Check for projectiles. Apply buff. Intervene. Yeah, I need to fix intervene. Buff owner ID. Apply buff. Apply buff. Owner ID. Activator, shield orbs, ja. Taunt. Intervene. Wind slash owner ID. Active ability owner ID. Ja. Pickpocket. Ja. Projectile owner ID. This is for split arrow, explosive arrow. Yeah, that's fine. Buff owner ID. Intervene buff. Guys, are we looping? Are we looping right now?
Gotcha, bitch.
I don't know if I'm looping. Projectile owner ID. Firebolt. Owner ID. I'm looking for something very particular. So right here, I don't need to supply the owner anymore. And I don't need to do this at all. If a projectile doesn't hit anything, then it doesn't hit anything. Then I forgot to supply the target components. There's no protection against that. I don't need the owner here. I don't need to capture this. Deal AoE damage. No, we need to deal AoE damage. And I don't have an owner? Fuck, man. I can't believe this. I can't just deal AoE damage? Come on. There's no way. Why? I'm attacking a target. What if I don't have a damage dealer? Oh shit. Okay, I can forgo this if I don't have an attacker. Oh, okay. If I don't have an attacker, I can't apply bleed. Oh god. Oh no. Guys, we have another issue. We'll probably have to figure out the issue, and then tomorrow is going to be another buff applying renaming thing. Yeah. Fuck, man. Intervene. Buff. Freeze chance. Has keystone. Shit. So this is the issue. When I attack someone using a projectile that is dead, then, like, how do I attack someone that, like, I'm dead. I can't attack them anymore, but the projectile is in the air. What do I do? It's starting to get to the 3-hour mark where my brain starts to turn off. Shit. I mean, I do have stats. I can use this to determine how much damage I deal. I just don't have someone that's attacking. Don't delete the dead object or store the object to the bullet. Yeah, I can do that. But the point is, you can make it hit scan instead of projectile. It's too many here. So if we kill the unit, then we need to figure out who killed it. God, is that annoying. I've created myself the fact that heroes can die is really, really difficult to program in correctly. So here, guys, here's the issue. We have a projectile that we shoot at an enemy. And, well, we have fixed this part with the ability. You know, we can still activate the ability, but now the explosive arrow is calling the attack function. And the attack function obviously takes in an attacker. We take in the attacker. We And obviously we also have a target, right? So essentially it is attacker here. And target, of course. So what do we do? What do I do? I'm attacking someone, but I'm dead. I'm dead. So this attacker here doesn't exist. I can delete all the bullets when the hero dies, yes. Maybe I just do that. That's the easiest thing to do. I know it will look weird. Can you call deal damage instead of attack? So deal damage? I thought you don't want that. Yeah, I don't want that. But I'll show you what the issue is. So for example, freeze chance. Freeze chance is applied when you hit someone with cold damage. Okay, so we have cold damage that hit the target. And then we apply a freeze chance if we hit someone. Okay, and freeze chance could be, let's say, 5%. Now, if we attack someone with cold damage and we have a 5% we have a 5% freeze chance, maybe we freeze them or not. However, there's also a keystone that is on the skill tree that can be this. A keystone can be freezing hits. All impact damage can now freeze. Freeze chance is kept at 10%. So I can have a unit that can freeze other units 10% of the time, and they can do this doing fire damage, physical damage. Any type of damage will now freeze, but at most 10% of the time. You know, instead of only cold damage being able to freeze, this guy can freeze everyone using anything that you want. So you could go for fire damage and still freeze enemies. You could have frozen enemies that are burning, for example. And so the projectile needs to look at the skill tree of the unit or of the prefab. The unit is just an instance of the prefab. This is like a prefab in Unity. You guys that have used Unity to make games, this is a prefab. And every single instance has the same skill tree, of course. But you know, these freezing hits can be on the unit, essentially. And so I need to ask, well, do I have this? This is the, you know, the equivalent, or this is the OR check here. But I can't even do this if I don't have an attacker. The attacker is dead. You create the projectile, add those modifiers to them. You have the attacker reference counted. Increase for every projectile spawned and decrease. No, that's fine. This has nothing to do with this. Yeah, making the projectile independent of the attacker is best demo. Yeah, I'm trying to do that. But then how do I make the projectile independent of the attacker? Do I need to store all of the keystones on the projectile too? So like a list of keystones. And then fine, okay, so the projectile. And also like how do I supply this data to the attack function? The attack function doesn't care whether I am a projectile or not. It just takes in stats. This is in the stats is hidden how much damage I do. And then it just takes in, okay, well, was this a hit or was this a damage over time effect that dealt damage? Because dots don't apply freeze. I don't know enough about your game code to answer that. Yeah, you're right, Philip. Okay, I thought the problem were dealing pointers, dangling pointers to the attacker. No, the problem is that the attacker could die. Mark the attacker is dead, but keep it around until the projectiles are gone. That's what I do currently. But the issue with this is... Well, it's fine with the projectiles. Okay, fine. So we can do this. We can... But then I need to keep the owner. The problem is not that the attacker is dead, but the attacker is deleted. Yeah, the attacker is deleted. Guys, I'm getting a headache. I'm actually getting a headache from this projectile shit. What graphics library are you using in your game? Hello there, sir. Coconel. I'm using OpenGL, sir. Guys, listen. I'm going to do the easiest thing right now and delete the projectile. When the unit dies. Does it help you if you would only store the entity IDs, not pointers, and then check the validity of the identity when it comes time for the project to do its thing? That's what I do already, Rames. I store the entity ID, not the pointer. Let me see. At the very top here, I do this function. This is what I do. I store the ID. And then I get the owner from that ID. The issue is... Excuse me. We have a big problem here. I'll explain to you. Sorry about this. I told you guys. Okay? Like I explained this earlier with paint. Okay? It's because I don't eat. Smart pointers is one way. No, the issue is... Do the easier things, don't you think it will go back and bite you in the butt? Okay, guys, wait. What happens in... Oh, God. Wait, are you fasting? Yeah, I'm fasting right now. Hey. What happens... in Chronicon, when you kill an enemy that is shooting an arrow at you, does the projectile die before it reaches you? Can't be devs just a flag, 0 or 1, and multiply by 0 if it's dead equals no effects. Multiply by 1 if it's alive. I have no idea, sorry. Yeah, I can do many things. I can delete the projectile, do no effect, fade it out over time. You know, I can make it inactive. There's many things I could do. Delete bullets on dev and add implement dev persistent projectiles into your to-do list. No. Move around the problem and GG. Maybe the future is that can be used as a game mechanic on its own. I don't know. When unit dies, the bullet explodes with area damage. I'm not Muslim. I fast because it feels better for me. Use object pooling for projectiles. I don't know what that means, object pooling. If you mean that I keep around a pool of objects where I can allocate objects in, and this is a fixed size of objects, and that pool will grow if I have too many objects, then I already do that. So if entity returns an invalid entity, just don't do the things that require a target entity. Just join. So I don't know what you're doing, but yesterday you talked about abilities, so special effects. Yeah. So the issue is the following. A projectile, when a projectile hits a target, it needs to attack the target, okay? So when we collide projectiles, if we find a target to attack, then we call the attack function, essentially. If we don't spawn an ability, we have successfully added ability data today. So we have split the ability into data and description. And then we just supply the ability data if we spawn an ability. So we have done that already. Disconnected from the owner already. Now the issue is attack. Attack is a function that takes in a target, an attacker, stats, and whether we hit someone or whether it was damage over time. But we can ignore this part right here. Okay, let's pretend this doesn't exist. So we need a target and an attacker, essentially, when we attack someone. And a lot of stuff is factored into this. So first and foremost, okay, do we have knockback? Okay, we knock back the target. Do we get energy every time we attack? So this is easy, right? We could say if we have an attacker, then we only do this code. If not, we don't, right? So, okay, the attacker is dead. We don't give him energy. There would be no point in doing that. Then we keep going. Okay. Let's click on attacker so we know where it's used. Now, what happens if I deal physical damage and I have a bleed chance? Because I can bleed the enemy. Now, all of a sudden, I want to apply a bleeding debuff on the unit, the enemy, but I'm dead. What should happen? Okay, I can do another check here. Do we have an attacker? Or we could say, okay, well, bleed only happens if we have an attacker. Right? Okay, fine. Fix that too. Nice. Then we have another one. Reflect can only be done if we have an attacker. Fine, we can get rid of this here. Seems a lot of attacker checks. Maybe do an early return. Not sure if you are religious about that. So the thing is, this attacker thing, the if checks for attacker, is I still need to deal damage. Otherwise I can just despawn the projectile. So I still need to figure out how much damage I do. So this here is just physical damage. This is the physical damage portion of the attack. An attack in my game is not just damage, it is physical damage, it is cold damage, lighting damage, poison damage. So they have multiple split damage types in the game that, okay, if I have physical damage, then I do the physical damage branch. The physical damage branch, you know, can apply bleed and reflect. Fire damage can apply burn chance. So, like, I can't early return here because I still need to apply fire damage. And then I still need to apply cold damage. I could split this up into the damage portion and into the what is it called? Effect portion. So first I deal the damage then I have a list of all of the damages, and then I do the effect portion of the function. And in the effect portion of the function, I have one if check, whether to do it or not. So I would essentially extract out stuff there. Oh, Dev Spudgers, thank you very much for rating. Good morning, everyone. Hello, how's it going? Can someone give a shout out to Dev Spudgers? Like, how do people automatically shout out? Is that like a bot feature? Okay, so if the attacker on of the arrow died after firing but before hitting, the arrow will have to carry the data or reference to data needed to do the damage calculations when it does. Yeah, so the damage calculations I have. This is stats. In the stats, the projectile carries stats around. The stats tell me all the data in terms of burn chance, fire damage. You see, like, I get the fire damage from the stats. The stats are supplied by the projectile. They are given to the function. So there are just some portions that require an attacker. For example, applying buffs. Why not spawn the arrow with the buffs instead of checking on impact? So what you're saying is an arrow has a list of debuffs that it applies. Whenever you shoot the arrow. So the moment I spawn the arrow, yeah, the arrow must carry all the data or reference to data needed from its birth. So let's say I spawn an arrow, right? And I give it I check on spawning the arrow, do I apply freeze? That's how damage works at PoE with bleed that you have mentioned at least. At first you need one physical base damage at least, which would apply the bleed. The dot portion is the other calculation. That is exactly nothing to do with the flat damage, save for the impact. Can anyone follow this, guys? Can anyone of you follow this? Pass the list of void pointers to each effect. Now it would just be what do I do here? So let's see. So I'm applying buffs. This is what I need the attacker for. Applying a buff. Applying another buff. Intervene buff. Can we see apply buff? Yeah, we can. And then keystones. A list of keystones. That's what we need. And then we need the killer. Which is the attacker. So, okay. What if we kill a target? What if we kill a target with the arrow, but our hero is dead? Don't apply damage. If I don't apply damage when the hero is dead, the attacker is dead, then I can just kill the projectile the moment the hero dies. Which I think is very... I'll show you why I don't like this, okay? How do we see that? Ability data.id is the same as ability spear toss. Then I want this to be 10, otherwise I want this to be 200. And this is supposed to be pointer. Why is this complaining? It cannot be narrow to an int. Oh, okay, fine. It's supposed to be a float. Eh? So if I die, the arrow that I fired, the one that's... Wait, could you disable the collider for the player when dead? Yeah, I will do that. Like, the player will no longer be attackable. The arrow should still deal damage, yeah, even if the owning hero died in the meantime. But the arrow will need everything up front. Or a reference to some third-party lookup. I don't think you will get around copying data needed from the attacker entity to the arrow or somewhere else where it's reachable. You are right. I need that. You are 100% right. Feels a bit like what I've had, what I heard had where everything stored pointed to the tower but never needed the tower, but only the other components referenced by the tower. Destroying a tower caused chaos, so the middleman had to go. The tower. Yeah, we have to get the owner out of the projectile, guys. The projectile should not have an owner anymore. But then dealing AoE damage shouldn't require an actual unit. Or it should be optional. The unit should be optional. But then we need to have some sort of collection of data. Or it should be optional, yeah. I think I'm getting close to a solution. I want to show you what the issue is, though. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. I'm just going to... No. I hate this. Like the stupid case-sensitive bullshit. I just hate it. If key pressed this frame, the... I don't know which key would that be. I guess the key 0. If you press the 0 key, then I want to go and set the game state enemies count to 0. Alright? So this is basically killing all of the enemies. This kills all enemies. Okay? Now this is a debug function right now, and then we go to the top. We go to round 1. Round 0. Round 0. Debug round. I want to spawn not a wizard. I want to spawn a skeleton knight. Is it a knight? Skeleton boner. Is it a knight? I don't actually know. I think it's a skeleton knight. Skeleton knight. Yes. I think this is what I want to spawn 1. I'll show you what I mean. Nee, ich habe noch keinen Hunger, alles gut. And then Spear Toss will have a cooldown of 50, so I don't spam this. I would choose the boner. Make sure it has no dependency to the hero, so it can apply the damage and do all the other stuff. Even when the hero is dead, if the projectile has no dependencies to the script where it spawns it, after it's spawned, the script can handle its own behavior. Make sure to give it the variables to the projectile. Okay, we'll do that. We'll do that. Guys, I think you... Guys, Rames, everyone in chat and on YouTube, der Tobbe and Hidden Mox. Guys, thank you very much for helping with this. I think this really helps me put into perspective what I need to do. I really appreciate that. Thank you. So here, guys, this one enemy is gonna spawn. This is what it will look like. You see how this projectile is, like I made it slow very deliberately, okay? So now if I press the 0 key, the enemy is gone, but it's still, the projectile is flying. You see this? It's a bit too slow. It's almost hitting. Aha. We got the attack function. We don't have an attacker supplied to the attack function. So the next big issue, since we don't have an owner anymore on the projectile, I need to program this attack function in a way where the attacker is not required. So I think I need to split up this attack function into two functions. One function that applies I think I can do this. Yes, that's the best solution. For some reason he does not want to do that. Your software delete your soft delete towers and only hard delete them at round end. Guys. That doesn't work. It does not work. Because I will implement Kingdom Rush type rounds where you can get gold if you early spawn a round. It would work if you can only spawn one round. Yeah, it doesn't work. Can't you just flag them as dead? I can flag them as dead. And then keep them around. Soft deleting them will introduce a lot of if is dead checks everywhere, I think. Yeah, it will. Zoe is crying again. I don't know the code. Cakes, I've decided to rename Cakes TD to Collector TD. Don't wanna give you the exposure. Okay, bro. You're not gonna make a better tower defense game than I will. Moving them to a separate list would avoid some overhead. Strict moving into separate arrays. So I just move him to an array. I add this to a list of the to be deleted enemies, heroes.
Gotcha, bitch.
That's better, I guess. I don't like it. I'll explain to you guys why I don't like it. Here's the issue. So the caption is dead entities. Dead entities, okay? So let's say there goes a lot of stuff goes into this. We have buffs. We have buffs, we have projectiles. We have heroes. And we have enemies. So let's say we have we have 10 heroes on the field. Then we have 100 enemies. Okay. We have, I don't know, between the two, let's say 50 projectiles. And we have in total buffs. These buffs are actually on the particular heroes and enemies. Okay, so each enemy can have a list of buffs and each hero has a list of buffs. Okay, here's where it gets interesting. When I update the 50 projectiles, this is 50 iterations. Now, for every projectile that is alive, I would have to look at all of the enemies and check whether that enemy is dead or not, or the other way around. So I have 50 projectiles, and then let's say I kill an enemy, -1 enemy. I have one that is marked as dead. It's marked as dead, right? Now I would have to do 50 iterations. Every frame to figure out if there is a projectile that is still alive somewhere in the code, somewhere in the game that references this one enemy that died. So now for every enemy, in the worst case scenario, I would have to check 50 projectiles. And I do this every frame. You only check the list of live enemies. So if I split this list into 2 lists, right? Let's say we split this list into alive and dead enemies, right? Dead and alive. Then it's a little better. The projectiles shouldn't care about the enemy as they had no associated data for kill count, etc. A projectile fired from an enemy still needs to deal damage. It still needs to apply buff effects, freeze effects, stuff like that. I think I just need to either completely remove. That only works if those lists store pointers, not full objects. Hi, I'm new to your chat. I'm also an indie developer, game developer. As a game developer, what inspires you to make such a good game? Can you tell me? I don't know. I just want to make a good game. I don't know what inspires me. Maybe Stardew Valley, the Stardew Valley creator, Ishrak Dev. That he is very inspiring. Hi, Ailes. Good morning. It's a very inspiring person. Normally, it won't end up with too many iterations in games unless you reach 10k plus items. Hey, Cakez, hey chat. How's everyone feeling today? Seems like Cakez is slowly transitioning into the OOP mindset. Your mom inspires me, sir. Take myself to Lake to finish reading Jason Schreier's book. Lol, boy. See you later. See you tomorrow, guys. See you later, yeah. Every problem can be solved by adding a layer of indirection, i.e. one array with the objects and 2 arrays of pointers, alive and dead. I think a projectile should have all of the data needed to attack and apply buffs. Now here's the big problem. Should a projectile be able to apply a buff? A burning buff. And should a burning buff be able to deal damage even after the hero died a long time ago, even after the entity died a long time ago. Because this is also what we have here. A buff applies damage to a target over time. So if I fire a fire projectile, a debuff is a debuff. So the debuff should still function even though the enemy shouldn't, the hero is dead. Sure, that would most people assume what will happen. So we have to somehow make it so that even if our hero is dead and we can't reference him anymore, we'll still deal damage. Okay. Who's gonna be responsive if it's not the projectile? Yeah, okay. Okay, guys, the more I think about this, the more this tells me to just kill off the enemies and heroes immediately, get them out of the system, so I don't have these extra iterations. Get them out of here. Kill them off immediately, and then just supply enough data to the buffs and the projectiles so that they can deal damage. Depends on the game. Depending on the game law, if the enemy controls the flow of the buff, then if it dies, it should be generic damage. Okay. But you need to play dead animations and keep them alive for a short time at least. Yeah, that's what we will do. That's fine. We play a dead animation, then clean them up. But a projectile can be on screen for a very long time. So the reason why I don't, like, I thought about keeping a timer on these and then cleaning them up depending on a timer. But we have homing projectiles. So over here, a projectile, if the hero fires a projectile to an enemy, it could do homing. And then, you know, have you ever seen this in games where it keeps on homing, but it never hits an enemy? And then, like, you could have a you could have a projectile that's completely stupid and never really hit the enemy, right? So, like, a timer wouldn't work because it's arbitrary. Time-based logic is the worst. It's bad, yeah. Usually you got a lifetime for the arrow. A homing projectile will stay on screen at all times until it hits. At least in some games. I've seen this in Kingdom Rush. I've seen this in Bloons. The arrows will just stay there until they hit something. Or they run out of range. But homing projectiles in Bloons just keep on homing. Now they eventually hit something, yes. But still. We could be... What do you want to happen? I just want to deal damage and apply buffs on projectiles. And I want buffs to deal damage to enemies even if their owners no longer exist. Increase the counter on projectile spawn. Decrease the counter when a projectile hits. Delete hero if it's dead. Handle the attackers through shared pointers. No, shared pointers, like, they don't solve the issue, bro. Does the owner even matter? I don't think it does. Let's take a look at how I deal buff damage. Wait a minute. Okay. Apply buffs. For every buff. Taunt, for example. If I taunted someone and I don't have an owner, then obviously I can't have that buff anymore. Taunt is fine. If the owner is dead, I remove the taunt buff. Okay, otherwise I display the taunt buff. What happened to the projectile, by the way? Cakes, do you consider yourself cringe? Yeah, like sometimes, of course. You always think that you yourself are cringe. That's just how it is sometimes, you know. And then, okay, intervene. Let's not talk about this buff. Okay, this is some crazy programming shit that I did here. Let's just not talk about this. Okay, let's talk about the other stuff. This has no effect at the moment. This one is actually something that has an effect. So if the enemy is chilled, I change their color. I give them a snowflake effect. All of this has nothing to do. Wait. Ah yeah, and then I add the effect to, I add the effect to display in the game. It's just visuals. So essentially all I do is, wait, when they are chilled, what do I do here? Hey, chilling doesn't do anything. Hey? Oh, no, it does. So I see. So I multiply the delta time. I modify the delta time by the chill effect. Yeah. So the delta time multiplier is 1 at the very top. And then I take a chill effect percentage away from that. So let's say I slow someone by 20%. I change the delta time of that particular unit for that frame to 0.8, and now he's 20% slower. The time for him travels 20% slower. That's how I apply chill. So, okay, bleed. I attack. So if I have a way of attacking someone using stats, where do these come from, these stats? Stats, they are here. Do I have stats on the buff? So it looks like a buff doesn't have stats. Should a buff have stats so I can attack? Deal damage? Bro. Cakes, is it just me or is that frame rate starting to tank fast? You used to have thousands. I'm CPU bound, yeah. I don't know, he thinks it's bad to not remove the objects when they die, but he will have to do that anyway for the dev animations. How don't they solve it? You want to keep the data available? No, I don't want to keep the data available. I do not want to make a projectile dependent on its owner. Because then, the moment the projectile is dependent on its owner, and the owner dies, I have an issue. Whether that is a shared pointer, a normal pointer, a reference, a unique pointer, it doesn't matter. A projectile should not have, I think, it should have all of the data it needs to deal damage. And a debuff as well. A debuff is essentially something that can deal damage. That's it. But it's the other way around. The owner is dependent on the projectile. No, the owner just spawns a projectile. The owner doesn't give a shit about the projectile at all. The owner exists whether there's a projectile or not. Your burp alert. Would that lead to heartburn? No, I get heartburn if I eat too much. Doesn't the owner need to have the projectile as a composition? No, why would the owner have a projectile as a composition? The owner spawns a projectile based on what he does. So let's say the owner is an archer and the owner has 10 damage. Then the owner goes ahead and spawns a projectile that has 10 damage. Let's say the owner is a cannoneer that has 50 damage. Then the cannoneer spawns a projectile and gives it 50 damage. Then the projectile impacts with an enemy and it deals the 50 damage. The projectile forgot where it came from. The owner can die and the projectile will still deal the 50 damage. Because, well, it has it as data on itself. So like the owner is like, it's like a goodbye on a shore to your friend, right? You kiss them goodbye, you give them everything they need and they can operate on their own and you go your own way. Something like this, you know? That's how it works. And so basically a projectile should be its own thing. Please stop saying shared pointer. He's not going to use RAII. The thing is reference counting. So it sounds like there's no need to have an owner then. So remove it and the problem is solved. Yeah, but I programmed an owner into my game, and so I'm currently trying to figure out all of the places where I use an owner. So for example here. And that has to do with buffs too. So let's say I shoot an arrow that has fire damage and a 10% chance to turn the enemy ablaze. Now that 10% hits, and now I have to apply a burning debuff to the target. A burning debuff, we can find that right here. A burning debuff takes the owner's stats into account and applies damage based on the owner's stats. So let's say I have the same thing with a buff. A buff should now deadly ignition multi stats, fire damage base, and then the dot DPS. So that debuff should be on the arrow entity. That debuff should be applied based on the projectile's data that it has, yes. And it should not be... Guys, I think what we have here is... You know how when you want to buy something and you're not sure whether you want to buy that particular thing or not? What we have right here is a situation where we want to buy ourselves a nice new bed to sleep in. But we are unsure whether we want to buy that bed yet, or whether we want to look for a different bed, or whether we want to spend some more time thinking about the bed. So right now, I'm thinking of disconnecting the owner from buffs and projectiles so that it doesn't exist anymore. Just buy it, impulsive buying. Let's try shared pointer. What's the worst that can happen? Long compilation times, bro. I'm not gonna try shared pointer, bro. No, absolutely not. I'm not gonna do that. Sir. Here's what we'll do. Here's what we'll do.
This is a YouTube advertisement from...
You know, I'll start off by saying this. If you...
Hey everybody, it's Julie.
Okay. We're gonna do this. I need to sleep on this. It's been too much information. We managed to split the projectile today into multiple data. I need to sleep on this. So essentially what we did today was... Where's that? Struct. Ability. Yeah. We managed to split the ability into two structs. Data and description. And then we supplied this data. to the projectile. I don't really need... Dude, man, I don't need this at all. Oh my god. Wait a minute. Guys, I have an idea. I don't even understand the point of splitting the data. I thought it was so that every arrow handles its own data, but I guess not. No, guys, I have an idea. So here's how I think we can finally finish this stupid discussion. We have a projectile, okay? This is what we have. We have an ability. And hello, I'm new here. Hello there, Cakez Games. Good morning. How's it going, bro? Hello there. Bets are open. So we have an ability, we have a projectile, and we have what is the last part? An entity. Okay.
Gotcha, bitch.
Here's what we can do. I think I figured it out. So let's say an entity has a list of abilities. Let's say 5. 5 abilities. Let's say 4. Now the entity has a thing called stats. Okay. And these stats are basically something like damage, and HP, and stuff like that. Okay? The ability also has stats. Again, same thing, actually. And what I do when I activate an ability, I just plus those together to create a third stat that is basically the merger of the two. Now these stats, they have everything that I need. Chance to bleed, physical damage, cold damage, lighting damage, everything. So, you know, this is how I know how much damage I do. Now the projectile itself, all it needs to really do to deal damage is to store the particular stats that are important for the projectile. So that might not be even all the stats, because I have a long list of stats. But like it would be a subset of stats which is like, you know, a subset. Maybe like, I don't know. A subset, a particular amount of stats that are important for the projectile. But for the time being, I could, like, okay, wait, let me check something here. Size of stats, percentage D, size of stats. I want to see how much that is. Do I have a hero here? No, not yet. Okay, so 404 bytes. That's a lot, actually. So the list of my... Fuck cakes. Okay, bro. Okay, see you in 10 minutes. Bitch. Shut the fuck up. Alright. Bro, I make my first game and I want you to test my game first, please. You can put your game on Discord. Okay, on Discord. In the... What is it called, man? In the Showcase channel. I will take a look at Showcase soon, and then I will go over all of the games there and then play games if people send me games to play there. That they made, of course. I'm not gonna play some like random game that you didn't even make. Okay, your Discord link. Oops. There you go. I don't have a YouTube bot, so... There you go. Old man Kingsman. Yeah, game and source code. He only wants to see your game because he wants to steal from it? No. So let's say we have a subset of stats on the projectile, and then we need to somehow reference the ability ID. So a projectile needs a subset of this. A subset here of those stats, and the ability itself needs to send the ID. To distinguish between impact effects. This is so that I can display different effects and different explosions, maybe deal AoE damage, maybe spawn like a field of poison, spawn a bunch of projectiles that split into multiple directions. There's many things that you can do with different types of abilities using projectiles. You know, a fireball does AoE, an arrow just deals damage. Obviously, I need to distinguish between the two, and that would be an ability ID. Essentially, this will tell me what to do. The stats will tell me how to attack, and then the attack function, attack, should take in... Wow. It should take in a target. Should take in a target, and I think the stats. Or an array of stat values. And then maybe... Bro, look at the fucking diagram, what the fuck? Arrows going everywhere. Hey, my man, Rien Art, thank you very much for raiding. Good morning, everyone. How's it going? Thank you so much for the raid. Hello, sirs. How's it going? Why can't you use a game engine, Cakes? I tried, I didn't have fun. I did what I want the most. Yeah, fun, bro. Yo, how's it going? How was your stream? We are currently talking about how entities can spawn projectiles in games and whether a projectile should stay alive after it's been spawned from a unit in the game, even if the unit died, and how to disconnect projectiles from units so that they can live indefinitely without the need to take a look at the unit anymore. I was working on a tower defense game too, building it with C++ and SDL, no game engine, doing all the pixel art myself. Oh wow, cool. You have like some picture that you want to show of your game? That's nice. Did you get a shout out? Did any of my mods shout you out? Of course no one did. Guys, Morch. Guys. Come on. Where are you going? What are you doing? I need new mods. I need new mods. Like, they're so lazy. It's crazy. Mod me, JK don't. Sure, let me grab a screenshot. Mod collector? No, absolutely not. Real. Mm. And I think I need the owner here. Owner. You banned Orshi? I did ban Orshi, yeah. He was toxic. I do not want to have toxic people in chat, bro. I think I want the owner, but this is supposed to be optional. So, essentially... I'm being called by my wife, guys. Give me a second. So this has got to be optional. Yeah, wait, my wife called... God damn it. Optional thing. Give me 1 second, my brothers. I'm gonna be right back. I still can't do it! If I move the mouse so fast, it's so frustrating! This part is so fucking dumb!
Do the dab on the furry haters? Sure.
Okay, I'm back. You're gonna be blown away by Rin's art pixel art, way better than yours. Okay, bro. You know, I think this is gonna be... Is this like a 2-minute timeout of what's up? Being toxic? Actually it is, yeah. One way to do it, 2 arrays. One holds all of the data for the possible stats. Take one as an array of indexes into the first array of active stats. Then need to count active owner.
Long life, Charles.
Hello
Game
AQ,
demo.
good morning.
Marketing.
Discord.
Steam Next Fest.
Screenshot.
All scam.
That's a big screenshot,
Don't be
bro.
afraid of poor marketing and you'll be stronger.
That's a big screenshot. Why is
Good
that so
game
big?
will sell nonetheless.
Damn.
The money will come
that
to
looks
you.
good. Crazy. Yeah, that looks really good. Wow. Damn. You're very talented. I can tell everything apart. I don't know what this is supposed to be. Maybe these are like the lane. This is the lane. Not the common rampart style TD. Really good stuff, man. Wow. How long have you been making games? How long have you been doing pixel art to get to this? The nodes are where you place weapons and defenses. I see. Ah, okay, so they come from both sides. And you place defenses here. Or here. Interesting. I've been working on pixel art for a couple of years. Been drawing all my life. Yeah, I can tell, bro. Really good stuff. Yeah, with the leaves too. It's simple, yet good. It's clear. That's what I mean. That's why it looks so good. See, Cakes? What? Could use some highlights, but maybe more pastel. You should prepare for this all your life? What are you talking about? This stuff is really triggering me, guys. I'm gonna do a draft and then we'll come back to this tomorrow, okay? I think we do this. Snapshot. We're not going to do all the stats. A projectile will never have life. I'm gonna make a new struct. Stats. Or actually... Ah, shit. How many, like, stats can a projectile have, really? It's never too late to give up. I feel that. Yeah, now, like, I've been doing this for 4 hours on the same problem. And we are making slow progress. Atmurin, thank you very much for for raiding. Time to rewrite, guys. It has nothing to do with ECS. It has to do with how should it function. Oh. Good morning, guys. Thanks so much for the raid. The snapshot, the screenshot doesn't do him justice. The animation is really good as well. Way better than Collector TD. Yeah, okay, you saved yourself there. Everyone go follow Radiant Art. It's like Cake Stream, but he knows what he's doing. Okay, bro. That's WoW soundtrack? It is, it is. Let me check something here. A projectile.
Gotcha, bitch.
Technically, how many stats are involved in dealing damage? All of the stats, actually. Wait, I already have this on the project. Guys, I have a question for you. Ramis, I need your answer right now. Do you think that 1404 bytes on every projectile just for this is bad? Or do you think this is fine? Because the projectile needs to attack and therefore it needs those stats. What do you guys think? 1404 bytes? Is that too much? Because we also have more data here on the projectile too, right? We have this. No, it's fine. You think it's fine? Even for a tower defense game where we'll have a lot of projectiles? Man. No backseating channel. Okay, this guy needs to get banned. We want to have a discussion here, bitch. So shut the fuck up. Okay. Cakes, do you think your game will win 3D AA games fight? No. No. Build a lookup for the stats, I say. Nah, man. Bro firing shots at all the pussy nerds. Adding it to the project, to the object might be too much. It's a lot of bytes, but maybe stress test it. Okay. How can I stress test this? I have an idea. You're right. I wanna see. You will have like 300 projectiles as most when it really gets crazy. It's not a bullet hell.
Gotcha, bitch.
I have an idea. I do have an idea. I wonder if this even works.
Gotcha, bitch.
I wonder if this is even possible. Does this work? Do I have to supply some data here? I don't see anything. Does this work? It does spawn the projectiles. I wonder what happens here. Goes in here. I recycle my projectiles. I use like 5. And over again. Yeah, but I will have a lot of projectiles. If man access becomes a problem, find a way to make the data shared, but not before. Spacing, angle, arrow index. Do we have a direction? We have a direction. Do we have an angle? -12. Arrow direction. I mean, it does shoot somewhere. And then direction is arrow direction, projectile. Do we have something on the projectile that it doesn't show up? It does have a time. Oh, duration. But I don't think I need a duration. Right, base range. Oh, it doesn't have a base range. Therefore, they all go away. Aha. I'll add a base range really quickly. Let's say, oh, I don't know, 100? Yes, memory access, we all understood you. Sorry, man access? It's not a problem for me. True. Oh, there we go. I want the projectile. Here. And then I guess I'll turn this to 200. There you go. Let's do this again. Oh, wait. Autocorrect. Yep. Fuck phones. Alright, let's see. Oh, look at this, guys. I used to do that lip thing when I was 5, actually. Oh, yeah, I'm taking a look at the FPS. I mean, it looks good. Is this even 100? Guys, can someone count? This is not 100. There's no way this is 100. Absolutely not. Wow, that looks cool. I mean, if I do this, it goes down a little bit. I think it is. Don't think so. Does look cool. Yeah, it does look cool. Okay. I mean, I can't hold it down for sure. That doesn't work. It is. There's no way. Not worried so much about memory use. More the access pattern, but again, I think it's fine. Yeah, I have 1,000 arrows in the game. So I think 1,000 arrows is fine. And I should not worry about this. I already have it on the arrow anyways, all of the stats. Looks cool. So now you have like 1,000 on screen. Well, you can keep in mind in the future if you need something to optimize. Yeah, true. Well, in the future, what we will do anyways is I'm going to build an instrumenter, which is essentially an object that gets created when you call a function, and then that object will track time in the function and delete itself after the function is over, like a locally scoped object. And then we will track how long each scope takes in terms of milliseconds of time. And then we'll figure out which part of the game is slow to make it faster. You mean destructor? We will have actually a class in the game, yes, that has a constructor and destructor that will track time for us. That's what I will do later when when I locked the system in and it's time to optimize, yeah. Looks like a certain balloon tower now. Yeah, maybe. Wakes Cake going oop, yeah, cool. I work on profiling software for games. Exciting to hear you are instrumenting. Yeah, we will. I have had that in the game before. Before I did like a ginormous rework. I don't have it in the game anymore, but I did have it, yes. And I used it to track down some slow parts of my game before, yes. Well, the only thing I really found was n-squared stuff. So for example, guys, what I have in the game right now, which is why I want to disconnect projectiles from my units, is this. Update entity. No. When I update entities and I update my heroes, the hero, when it's not dead, when it's dead, it will keep the hero alive, plus all of their, until all of their buffs and projectiles are gone. Which means I loop over all of the enemies when I loop over the heroes. And I loop over all of the projectiles when I loop over all of the heroes. So essentially I have the projectile and the enemy loop happening twice in my game. And this one is even, this can be n squared. Almost. It's like almost a to the power of n squared function. This is hero times enemy. But it's almost exactly the same. It could be enemy times enemy. So it will scale with more heroes and more enemies to the point where it gets super slow. It's bad. Stop screaming, bro. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Oh, you mean, wait. I see. Mr. Cartman's, you mean on YouTube. I'm sorry. I thought you meant me. I apologize, bro. I'm sorry. Are you going to build a tree of the functions, or is it going to be flat? I don't know yet. Maybe I'll build a tree, but first I start with flat. And squared is okay, unless you got thousands of units. But have you seen balloons, bro? Have you seen balloons? Where's this? Let's see. Where's the balloons, guys? Where's the balloons thing? Where did you put the balloons thing? Was it in gaming? This right here. Have you seen this? Have you seen this, bro? Hey, do you have a live code reload system set up? Yeah, I have, Philip. You see this? Can you tell what's going on, bro? Now, I don't know if I'll ever get to this level of ridiculousness. But you never know. Super laggy. Projectile hell rainbow vomit, yeah. Try to do the same, but this DL clause doesn't unload the library. Here you can take a look at this for hot code reloading. Okay, guys. I think I will keep this in mind here. I will make it so that a projectile can deal damage purely on stats and ability IDs, and that's it. And then I would do the same thing for a debuff or a buff. They just have a collection of stats and that's it. So I will have to redesign my attack function. But the projectile will still have an owner, I think. There will still be an owner. It's just not needed anymore. It's optional. Does it work on Linux as well? Yeah. I don't know if the tutorial covers Linux, but it works on Linux too, yes. Pretty sure we warned you back in the day. No, you didn't. You're wrong. I don't know what you mean. Okay, guys.
Gotcha, bitch.
Let's see here. Yeah. I actually still have the tutorial in the playlist from Mr. Prime. Okay. Let's do this one here. I already know the answer. Hey, why is autoplay off? Stop it. Why is autoplay off? Give me a second, guys. Not sure why it keeps playing. Can you stop autoplaying, bro? Cakez, have you considered checking out Collector TD to get some inspiration? Okay, thank you very much, Zdev, for following. Cakez, why not use a Tracy profiler and save you the trouble of writing your own profiler? More time to focus on gameplay. We'll see what I use. But I like writing my own because I can fine grain as much as I wanted to. Maybe I can use Tracy Profiler. If you have something really cool to show me that we could track and do right now, and it doesn't require a lot of setup, sure, you can link it to me and then I'll try to check it out like tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Yeah. Okay. So guys, why does this keep autoplaying? Why can I not? I don't understand. Where's the C++1? But does it keep auto-playing? That's a sampled profiler, I think, so you miss some data. What does sampled profiler mean? How can I like make it so that fucking sucks, bro? Why does it not stop? Why does it autoplay? Bro. Maybe I should use a different... Can't you just dislike it? What do you mean? What are you trying to do? YouTube videos autoplay when you open them usually? No, they don't. So usually for me, what I have to do is click to play them. Usually. But for some reason, autoplay is now on. What the fuck, bro? Guys, I literally are you stupid? Are you actually dumb? Are you dumb? Do I have to like? Okay. You just don't believe me. That's fine. That's totally fine. I'm just gonna prove it to you that you're wrong. Here you go. Latest video view on YouTube. You see how it shows the thumbnail? It doesn't autoplay the video. I didn't do anything special. I just opened that video. It pauses the video in a new tab only if you're currently watching one. So what you're saying is if I click this, then I go to this video. I take this part here. And I'm currently watching this video. Then I go here. Doesn't work, bro. You can open it in a new tab with middle click. And wait a while. Okay, let's try this. Autoplay blocked. Ah! Shit! God damn it. The edge. It seems to... like, for some reason, from yesterday to today, it starts autoplaying my videos, which it never did. Like, what... It only does not autoplay as long as you don't go to the new tab. Delusional, what are you talking about? I literally have the tab open right here. It doesn't autoplay. You see that? Autoplay is always blocked for me. How do I fucking block YouTube autoplay? Fucking hate that. Tap your profile, tap settings, tap autoplay, switch autoplay on or off. Blind? I just tried it. It doesn't autoplay for me. I have to click the video to play. See? Bro, open eyes. I think this option is removed. This guy is not valuing my time. He's trying to make me look for something that doesn't exist. Is that bad? Can you turn auto off? Click the settings gear icon in the video player, toggle the autoplay off. It doesn't exist anymore. There's no autoplay. Bro, install Linux or at least Firefox. This is Firefox, bro. This is Firefox. It is Firefox. Just read more. Does it simple and frame profiling kind of tight? Worth looking at, Cakez. YouTube has a feature called autoplay that plays next suggested videos after some time. That's a different thing. Okay. Block YouTube. Disable autoplay on mobile. How to turn off. Autoplay is on. Dude, I don't have autoplay here. I know. What the fuck? Autoplay is off. just can't believe this, bro. This is so fucking stupid. I'm literally wasting my time just recommending videos here. This is also starting immediately. Do you have it enabled in the Firefox settings? Block autoplay? Allow or block autoplay? Settings, block video and audio, default for all websites. Ah. Yeah, I thought it would be here. You know? So if I go here to YouTube and then go to the... Let's go here. Wait, this is not Firefox, this is Chrome. Starting to piss me off, really. Fucking really annoying. Settings, you tell me. And then what is it? Fuck, I lost it. Shit. Wait, can you link it again? Privacy settings, okay. What the fuck? Which settings? After notifications. Am I blind? It's completely different. Blind autoplay was right there. Ah. It still autoplays the video. You clicked allow? I don't know, whatever this is. Thank God. Thank God. Man. Thank you guys. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Oh God. I don't know what happened between yesterday and today. It just wouldn't do that anymore. Okay, so I wanted to watch this, guys. This is very interesting to me. Why I write C++ like it's C. But this one is also interesting. Should you learn C++ in 2023? So essentially, should you learn C++ in 2024? Thank you. Finally, no more autoplay. Really cool. Time to unburn collector since he was correct. Did you even change it in the first place? I never changed it. I did not change anything, bro. I didn't change anything. Nothing changed compared to 23 and 23. Yeah. So, like this guy, the Dreams of Code, is posing the question whether we should learn C++ in 2023. And that applies to 2024 too. I think you should always learn C++. But more so, I think you should also learn C. and try to dig deep into memory management and maybe even write your own memory allocator at least once. And then maybe make a small little program or game and learn how to manage memory in that game. Like you write everything yourself to manage this, just to like get a feel for what it means to deal with memory. Okay. Oh, so, yeah, okay, sorry. This whole adventure was nice was a nice listen while shopping for groceries. Okay, are you still on like mid 2000s version? If you want to work in game dev and many engines, you don't really have a choice apart from C++. Yes, you bring up a good point. C++ will not only help you learn about coding and, let's say, making games in general, how things work under the hood, but they will also help you. It will also help you learn more about the engine that you're using and understanding how that particular engine does things maybe behind the back. I just can't concentrate, just wait. If you want to work in game dev, yeah. I currently think you should learn Racket, C and Rust. Learn Python or Go, expand on JavaScript. Anyways, I could go on and on why you should learn C++, but let's see what he has to say. I think that C++ is the best entry point into learning game development if you want to work for a big company in the future. If that is your goal, then I think you can't get around C++. There's just too many job offers that want you to know this particular language. So you should at least spend some time on learning it. We don't have sound. Let's see what he has to say.
C++ is a general-purpose programming language that
it's a GigaChat language, bro. Right?
Has been in widespread use for nearly 40 years.
Giga language.
But is it worth spending time learning and understanding this monster of a language? Well,
Yes.
as most things when it comes to software development, it depends. Specifically in what you're looking for.
Game development, yes. Game development for a big company, yes. You can make games in Pygame too, if you're working by yourself. Yeah.
Therefore, we're going to look at some of the reasons you may want to learn C++.
Versatility, performance, understanding, demand, evolution. Yeah, demand is probably dwindling, but in game dev, it's still up.
As well
Think
as
about
some of the
Witcher
reasons
3,
why you may wish to
for
avoid
example.
it. C++ is perhaps one of the most versatile languages out there. In fact, I'd argue it's perhaps the one language that can do it all. To give some of my own history, C++ was the first programming language I learned. And because of this, it has enabled me more than anything else.
Smart, true.
I had originally wanted to learn how to code video games when I was younger, in which C++ is highly used in the game industry.
Yeah, this is still true today. And I think this will stay true for a long time. People just like using C++ for this stuff. I'm pretty sure there's other languages for this too, but I think C and C++ is the best thing to do or to use in there, simply because of the memory management.
However, I quickly found that C++ could be used for pretty much any software project, including web APIs, mobile apps, data science, embedded systems, cross-platform.
So this is what we still need to do and learn. How to make a mobile app on our computer using C++. This is what I want to learn in the future so that we can port our game to mobile as well. If the game's successful, of course.
CPU processing, and many others. C++ really can be used for pretty much anything. Therefore, by learning C++, you're guaranteed to have a language available to you that you can use to build whatever you want. C++ is fast. In fact, C++, along with C, are often used as the baseline languages for benchmarking performance.
I mean, let's think about this. Which other language would be used as a benchmarking? As a base for benchmarking, actually. I don't think they are. Like, what about Rust? for example. Like, I don't mean this in coping way. Like, is Rust is close or not? Assembler. Yeah, I know that assembler can be used, but who has time to write an entire program in assembler? You know, like, would you write an entire program in assembler to figure out how fast something is? Like, no. Assembler, yeah. Benchmarks are hard. Yeah, to interpret. Yeah, I know. But you can have some general ideas. They're gonna do it again, wait. Okay, are they done yet? Babu. Okay.
The reason it's so fast is due to its low level of abstraction within the language and the fact it compiles down to machine code. Therefore, if you're looking for a language that is used in mission-critical applications where the lowest of latency is required, then C++ is a...
What do they write in Rockets, guys? Is it C code or do they write assembler in Rockets? Is it C or assembler or do they write something completely different? Rust. Ada, JS, both. They use assembler, PHP, JK, literally JavaScript. I don't think so. That's why Elon Musk's rockets, those that exploded, they used JavaScript. I swear to God, actually JavaScript. There's no way JavaScript is used in rockets. What programming language is used in rockets? Absolutely not. VHDL, CUDA, and C++ are predominantly used to code hardware components, while LabVIEW and C++ are the main tools to code higher level systems and control rocket software at SpaceX. Look this up, Painted. Just okay, bro. So I was like, okay, so JavaScript is the reason why his rockets fall to Earth and explode, huh? Interesting. Source? The source is technology.org. I don't know. Do we believe these people? Maybe we believe them when we turn on Dark Reader? Bloop. Yeah, they're trustworthy. You know, they have a bunch of rocket pictures here. Guys, they won't be able to have these rocket pictures if they are not trustworthy, okay? You think you can make this rocket picture right here of the rocket being transported from A to B? No. Come on, right? So basically C++ is rocket science. Yeah, true, it is. So since I know C++, I'm actually a rocket scientist. True. 100%. Yeah. You guys are right.
A fantastic choice.
So the next time someone asks me what my job is, I tell them that I'm a rocket scientist. True. Yeah. Good point.
Due to this, C++ is used in a number of industries where other languages just aren't viable.
Very nice.
One of these industries is finance, where even a few milliseconds of latency can cause a good trade to be missed. As with all power, there are caveats, however. Because of C++'s low level of abstraction, advanced topics such as memory management or thread synchronization aren't hidden away from the developer.
I don't think that memory management is such a big deal. Might be a hot take, but the less you allocate randomly in your code, the easier it gets, essentially. The less you heap allocate in your in your game or in your program, the easier it gets. Static array is easy, yeah. It's actually really simple. I was surprised at how easy it was once I really got to know how to use memory management, how to manage my own memory in an application. I think it's overblown. I think you're right, Solform, yeah. You could program rockets? Yeah.
This means whilst it's possible to write very performant code, it's also very possible to make some pretty performant mistakes.
Actually, I think this might be a hot take. I think you are more likely to make many memory management mistakes in a garbage collected language than in C and C++, if you pay attention. Because it is possible to leak memory in these languages. And I don't like giving this example a lot, but for those of you who know Thin Matrix, he made a game called, I think it's called Equilox, and that has a memory leak. And that game is written in Java, which is garbage collected. It has, it's managing the memory for you, yet it's still possible to somehow leak memory in this language. And so I think what's ultimately happening is you are prone to make more error and mistakes, more errors and more errors and oh my god, more errors and more mistakes, more errors and mistakes in a language that doesn't teach you these concepts because you're not paying attention to them. Might be a hot take. I can totally agree if I'm wrong, but it's just a feeling after having used a bunch of memory managed languages myself and now C++. You can pretend memory management is not a problem, but lifetime management will always be. True. Yeah, I think so. I think that's how it is. Memory management is not the same as memory leak proof. Yeah, that's what I think so too. Yeah. I don't know any languages. I don't know any language without the possibility to leak memory. Yeah. Yeah. Again, might be a hot take, but that's what I feel.
Because C++ provides very little abstraction, it means that many concepts that are hidden away in other languages are able to be learned when using C++.
Yeah, that's true.
Topics such as pointers, mutexes, pass by reference,
You learn so much with this language, and so the more you abstract away the standard library, which, you know, is going to piss off some people, but it's true. The more you strap away the standard library, the more you actually learn about these concepts. Now, you can always decide whether you want to learn about these concepts or not. But it gives you a very deep understanding of how these things work. It's really cool. I'm having a lot of fun with this.
By value, the heap versus the stack, and many others are all hidden away in
heap versus stack versus executable memory. You know, how string literals are stored in the executable, and so they never go away, they're never deallocated. It's like really cool stuff that you can figure out and learn. Yeah, and you can make your program very efficient when you learn these concepts. It took me to like really ingrain these concepts into my brain. It took me a couple of years actually, but it started to make more and more sense the more I used them. It's really cool.
In higher level languages such as Python, Go, and even Java. That doesn't mean they no longer exist, however. Quite the opposite. It is just that the language does a very good job of preventing the developer from ever needing to interact with them. But that doesn't mean developers shouldn't know about them.
True, yeah.
And by learning and using C++, you'll encounter all of these concepts at some point in your journey. You'll also be able to bring this understanding and knowledge to other programming languages.
Yeah, for example, I tried out Godot. And Godot has a scripting language that manages the memory for you. And in Godot, there's a particular thing where, I don't know what it's called, it's a resource or something. This resource is an object. You could think of it like a class in C++. And this class can be assigned as a reference to particular objects in your scene. And now, if you change the data of this particular class, everything that's referencing this resource changes their data. And you know, there's multiple ways to do this. You can duplicate the resource, and then you have two instances of different data. Let's say this first resource has 10 attack, the second resource has 20 attack, and then, you know, others reference the 20 attack and others reference the 10. And I learned that this was like essentially a reference or a shared pointer because I knew C++. I saw that the data didn't change between two objects. It was the same data. And I was like, okay, that's got to be a reference. And you don't know this stuff, or it's very unlikely that you understand and know this stuff if you have never encountered this in C or C++, if you've never used this before. And then you are scratching your head. You're using Godot and you're like, wait, this is always the same. Okay, what if I make two? You know?
Which can help you to make better decisions when building solutions in the future.
True.
When you are presented with these problems in your journey to learn C++, it can be really helpful to have access to a platform which can explain some of the more advanced topics in a fun and easy way. That is where the sponsor of today's video, Brilliant.org, can help. Brilliant is the best way to learn computer science, math, and data science interactively. If you're looking to learn C++ or any other programming language, Brilliant can support your journey by providing customized content that fits your needs,
God, this guy
whilst
has to
allowing
make
you to
more than
learn
a
at your
minute.
own pace. Brilliant also supports different skill levels and is great
Yeah,
for both
guys, so
beginners
if you want
and
to support
advanced learners.
him, you know, you can click the link in the description for Brilliant, right? We're watching his video, so we should at least point out that you can support him by clicking the link in his description. I'm gonna link it as well in my video, okay? So if you would like to support him. In what description? The video description. And so I will link that below as well, if you want to support him. Let's continue.
The fourth reason I believe C++ is worth learning is that it would likely always be in demand.
I think so
As I
too.
mentioned, C++ has been around for nearly 40 years.
See, we had this point earlier with NeoVim and how it's been around for multiple years now, and it's still not, it's still around. And there's more and more people getting into Vim, NeoVim and stuff like that, because they realize that it's actually a really nice way to program, and it's very ergonomic on your fingers and your wrists. And so there's just stuff that sticks around because people like using it, or it makes sense to have it, still have it. Otherwise it would just die off.
And it isn't going anywhere anytime soon. Big companies such as Google, Apple, and Adobe are heavily invested in the C++ ecosystem. Not only this, it's also used in many other industries, such as video games, movies.
I think learning C++ and being very proficient in it will give you an advantage over people that don't know C++, even if you apply for a web development job. I think knowing this will always give you an advantage.
Production, telecommunications, scientific research, and financial, as we mentioned earlier.
It's everywhere, man.
Even the
Wow.
Bitcoin source code is written in C++.
Bitcoin
Therefore,
source code.
if you're interested in a
Thank you.
language that will stand up to the test of time, well, C++ is one of them. And even though C++ has been around for a very long time, this doesn't mean it's outdated. Which brings me on to reason number 5.
Yeah, they constantly add more features to C++, which, like, my take on this is that you don't really need those features, but it's good that they do. Yeah, some of them I actually use. I use C++ 20 features. Well, the feature that I really like using in C++ is this. Let's see. Let me figure out here. I don't know what you call this, but you can access the members of my structure or class using names, and therefore for me it makes the code more readable. By the way, the space speed here, this is wrong. And then this is also wrong. Actually, is it? Yeah. Let's just fix that really quickly, okay? That was wrong. That's a C feature. So I know that this is a C feature, but C++ had to remove the feature, and then they added the feature back in, I think it was C++ 17 or 20, something like that. I know that's a C feature. Not sure why they removed it. I think it's a good feature. I like using it a lot.
C++ was created back in 1985 by Bjarne Stroustrup. Since then, it has become a standardized language by the International Organization for Standardization, also known as ISO. This means that versions of C++ are actively developed and standardized. And since 2011, new versions have been released every 3 years. Each newer version bringing new features and improvements to the standard library.
I'm using 20 at the moment, and it's been working very well so far. It's very C-like, of course, but yeah.
Despite the language being centered around low-level abstractions, we've seen a number of new features appear, such as smart pointers, lambda expressions, automatic type deduction, and many others. Having these features in C++ allows it to have the best of both worlds, enabling developers to either use modern features to ease development, or to dive into lower-level abstractions for greater control.
Smart.
It's your choice.
Good point, yeah. I
So
love this
C++
too.
is pretty great, and you may think it's worthwhile learning.
Yeah.
But before jumping into a C++ tutorial...
Yeah, we need to know a bit of the cons of C++. If I were to think of a con in C++, locally scoped functions. I want locally scoped functions. I know that lambda functions exist, but I want to have exactly the same syntax as normal functions. I know that you can't capture variables then, but that's about it. Writability. Modern C++ looks very ugly. I agree. But I don't really mind. I don't use it much. Nested functions, just use classes. Guys, you will never understand the genius of a locally scoped function, okay? It's fine. Let's see. Let's see. I don't really have anything, to be honest. I love the language. And every day I'm just having fun in the language. When was the last time that I actually got mad at C++? I always get mad at Visual Studio Code. That one pisses me off. But C++, hell nah, I love it. It's awesome. Every day? No, I don't. Fucking const. Yeah, const is something that pisses me off. But just because... It's because I don't use it correctly yet, okay? True.
It's worth understanding some of the drawbacks to the language.
Okay.
The tooling around C++ is nowhere near as wonderful as it is in other languages. In fact, organizing your code project and build tools are probably some of the harder parts of using.
True. I totally forgot about CMake because I'm using my own build script. Yeah, like the worst part about C++, and I know people are gonna hate this. I hate CMake. Oh god. Linker shit. Oh god. Yeah, CMake. True build tools. Oof. Every single person on the planet has their own build system in C++. There's nothing uniform about the language when it comes to this. Yep. We have CMake White Knights, and we have pre-make White Knights, then we have the normal makefile dudes, and then we have the build.batch file users. You know, it's like, it's all over the place. It's terrible, unfortunately, yeah.
C++. There's very little hand-holding here unless you use an IDE, which I'd probably recommend to somebody new to C++. Setting up your project with configurations and makefiles is going to be way too much.
It took me 2 days, but I have CMake set up now.
Just to get started. Not only that, you have a fundamental lack of dependency management available to you, instead relying on system libraries instead of what other languages provide, such as npm for Node.js or pip with Python. However, this does mean...
I mean, you're right. So you're right. So what he's saying is, you have a window library that the language provides, and I interface with this window library instead of having to interface with the Windows window library or the Linux window library. It is a bit annoying, but you also learn what is ultimately being programmed on Windows. Like every other language, they call down to this anyways. They interface with Windows anyways. So if you use a language that gives you a library for this, the library is gonna call the Windows functions anyways. So like, it always depends whether you want to learn this or not. But yeah, I mean, it can be annoying, of course. You have to learn this to do C++ stuff. But there's STL too. STL, SFML, Raylib.
You'll have a greater understanding of your operating system and how to deploy code differently to other languages. If you really want to learn as much as you can about software development, then C++ can help you.
I have a baby. This is so funny, man. I like the eyes, what they do sometimes. It's just so stupid. It's funny. Oh, I just love babies, man.
Get there. But if you just want to build something as quick as possible, then C++ is probably not the right choice. It's no secret that C++ is incredibly complex. In fact, this complexity has been the main point of criticism from many notable programmers.
So is it complex because of the standard library or because of the different programming paradigms that started to appear? Like the different rules. You guys remember from yesterday? The noob counter? All of the rules associated with it?
Such as Linus Torvalds, the creator of Linux, Rob Pike, one of the creators of both Go and Unix, and Ken Thompson, who designed the predecessor to the C programming language, B for Barbie. C++ itself has many, many features, all of which you'll end up encountering as you slowly progress through learning the language. Each of these features comes with its own set.
The strange details of std string. R value references are L values. Oh yeah, we talked about this yesterday. We talked about this yesterday when it comes to std move. Shared pointer is an anti-pattern. Initialization matrix. The for loop is broken. Const std string bit and. Oh god. Const expression does not mean what you think it means. Templates are obfuscated Haskell. Operator. Goodness. std optional is a monad. This, by the way, this is why I write C like C++. And we're gonna watch that video next.
Of caveats, and you're likely going to break things over and over again. This is all part of the process, however. And with the PTSD you gain from learning the language...
I think when you want to learn C++, you start with mostly C-like features and slowly inch your way forward. And you introduce more language features as you learn the language. If you want to learn all of those language features at once, I think it will explode your head.
You will come through the other side a better developer for it. This, for me, is the greatest reason to learn C++. And you'll learn concepts about software engineering that you'll be able to take with you to pretty much any other language. Except maybe Haskell, which is another topic for another time.
Haskell, is that great?
Except maybe Haskell, which is another through the other side, a better developer for it. This, for me, is the greatest reason to learn C++.
Yeah.
And you'll learn concepts about software engineering that you'll be able to take with you to pretty much any other language. Except maybe Haskell, which is...
Okay, so the concepts I learn in C++, I cannot take over to Haskell. Haskell's slogan for avoid success at all costs was a clever and cheeky way of saying that innovation and research in programming languages, especially in functional programming, needed some insulation to succeed. Wonder what that means. People told me I should do a Haskell stream. You guys want to see a Haskell stream where I try out Haskell for the first time and make a game in it? Yeah? Yes? What game would we even make? Okay. Well, we'll see.
Is another topic for another time.
Snake, that would be neat, yeah. Oh god.
Hello and welcome to my list.
Alright, we saw that list yesterday.
C.
I think I agree with all of his points, except for the point of... which one was it? Demand? Wait, what was the point here? Like, one point I didn't agree with, but I forgot which point it was. Hi, I'm a beginner. Should I start with C or C++? The one that you like the most. I like C like C++ the most. C is nice. But you don't have some features that C++ offers that are very nice to learn or to have. For example, operator overloading. From the outside, functional programming seems like a shitload of mental gymnastics to avoid mutation, thus fucking up any chance of utilizing the cache. But I have tried it, but I haven't tried it out. Yeah, that's the point. You know, that's the point of doing it. It depends on whether you want to dive into low-level stuff or high-level stuff. So what I would tell you is try out C and try out C++ and see what you like more. And then just make a game or a program in both of these and see what you like most. Usually I say C first because it's simpler and helps understand C++ better afterward. Yeah, that's what I think so too. You build yourself up. The more you use C++, the more features you add to the language. I basically agree with everything he said. This is a very good video. Yeah. C++ is not gonna go away. So if you guys would like to watch the video, here it is. And if you would like to support him, you can... I will post this brilliant link in the description. I don't know if this is still active. And it looks like That's how... That's about everything. Yep. I have another one though, guys. Let's see.
Many people, when they see my style of coding, say that I write...
So, can you guys tell me why this autoplays now? Why does this autoplay now? Huh? No middle click? Okay, there it is. I wanna listen to this too. 4 weeks ago. So this is interesting to me because I write C++ like it's C mostly. There's not a single C++ feature that I use except for stuff that was already present in C and operator overloading. I think that's about it. That's why rockets aren't built in JavaScript, they just autoplay. What about classes? Give me a second. Not a single template. One I use. What about classes? All of the classes that I have in the game are structs, aka they have a public constructor and I guess destructor. I don't think there's even a destructor and a struct, is there? Methods, I have functions. So for example, I have this function right here that takes in the pointer to an entity and gives me back their vector to rectangular collider, the origin of that rectangular collider, and then another function that gives me the actual rectangle. And so I solve everything by having a list of functions that I can call. I don't see a reason to have this on the entity. Why not a method then? I don't know, I don't see a reason to do it. Like it's like the reason why I'm not doing it is because I don't see an inherent advantage in having a method on the struct or having a function outside. I don't see the reason, essentially. For me, this is a container to for me, this is a container to call to do some code. That's it. And so another big reason why I don't use many C++ features is because for me personally, it is simpler to write the code and focus on solving the problem rather than figuring out which C++ feature is the best for the job. Because I purely work on transforming data from A to B and using tools for the job to transform them rather than figuring out which construct in this case applies best. And also having to learn all of these different constructs. It takes time and I don't think this warrants the time invested. Now, my point will only make more sense whenever my game is actually released and out in the public and has been tested more. I have a demo version right now of my game being played. Okay, so it's not like I have never released anything. It's just not per money. I don't earn money with this. It's a demo version, it's on Steam. So I have had people playtest my game and my program before. And it worked. It's just not 100% like ironed out. Let's see what he has to say.
Many people, when they see my style of coding, say that I write C code in the C++ language. And that seems weird.
Yeah, I get that too. Like, these guys are just haters, bro.
But it is intentional. And many people do that.
Yeah,
so today, I want to show you my style of coding that I have developed over the years while doing game dev in C++. Explain why it is like this, and I will also show you one small trick to add to your coding arsenal that will instantly make your code way more robust and maintainable. So let's go.
Okay, one trick.
So C++ has many features, but I don't use most of them. And the reason is that they are either very hard to use correctly, or they don't give me any benefit. So
there's like multiple rules, always. Yeah, I hate that. There's so many rules and things.
So I want to convince you with an example first, and then I'll go over my coding style.
Okay.
So this is my custom implementation of a vector. So it is just like a normal C++ vector, but it has a trick to grow in O of 1. I have a video on that.
Okay.
And if you look at the implementation, we can see some functions here, like pushback, popback, and some equal operators. So it's okay if you don't understand everything. But right off the bat, notice that I need to manually call the destructor of the elements here.
You need to manually call the destructor of the elements here. Okay. Pop back.
Otherwise, they won't be destructed. So that can be a nasty bug if you forget to do that. But looking at the other things, do you see?
Okay, so he's made a vector. I don't really think you even need a vector in your game. I never needed one so far. I just waste space. In the grand scheme of things, a texture, if you have one too many textures in your game that you don't use, and it's a 4K by 4K texture, that is going to be more memory you wasted than having an array where you only use 10% of the size of the array and you keep it packed in the beginning. So I never really saw the big, unless you have ginormous objects that need to grow and they are variable, I never really saw the reason to use vectors, other than it being easier to use. It's easier to use. You just add and you don't worry about allocating memory at all. You know that you will always fit items in the vector. You also just crash if a player has a game state that you don't expect and grow beyond the size. Yes. You will have to log this and handle this in a way, of course. If you grow beyond the size, the game will crash, yes. But this is what, in my opinion, this is what playtests are for. So you could have the other argument that if you unexpectedly grow a vector, you're running into memory issues, maybe even memory leaks. And so you could have the same thing happening in your fixed size arrays where you figure out, okay, the program crashes. It throws me an exception because my fixed size array is not big enough. Then you make it bigger and it should go away until you find someone else, until someone else stumbles across another problem that makes you need to grow the vector as well. Where you have to grow the array again, yes.
See any problem? Well, this equal operator was wrongly written. I wanted to reuse the operator from above, but using move here will actually make it recall itself, causing an infinite recursive function call. Whoops. And you can probably start to see the problem. With simple procedural programming, things are simple, and you can reason about your code. But the more complicated rules there are, like the fact that there is an assignment operator.
Oh, I see. So his point is that I didn't understand anything. Yeah, I didn't.
An assignment of temporary variables, like you can see here, that was called from this move here, adds very subtle bugs and problems that you can just very easily miss, even after looking at them for days. And you want to hear the worst part? This code compiles. And while you could catch the bug if you were lucky to call this function, that is only called in a situation like this. Oh wait, this seems to also call the copy constructor here, and that also has a problem that I didn't catch before.
I mean, what I get from this so far is that you should use the standard library's vector instead of making your own vector, brother. Is that what you guys get? Like, do you guys get the idea like, oh, you should not use vector? Or do you more like, hey, guys, how about you just use the standard library's vector? You know, that's okay, well, let's see.
Okay,
but he's cooking, I guess.
Okay, getting back. This could have caught my bug, but there might be other problems lurking. Like here, this line should actually have been like this, because in this way, the code will do less unnecessary
True. I don't understand anything, but true, yes.
Constructions. And I managed to figure that out using some unit testing. And this is the problem. Unless you are a C++ guru, you can tell that this C++ is 100% correct, and that there is no C++ quirk to break it. I hope you can believe me that while trying to construct this example, I just introduced this problem here to illustrate. And then I also found this problem with the copy constructor, and also the problem with this thing. And this is an old repo that I debugged and tested a few times over the years. And every time I look at it, I find a new problem. And trust me, I have been doing only C++ For like 10 years. I know C++.
Yeah, this guy's been making C++ stuff for a long time, bro. I'm 4 years in, by the way, guys. 4 years. 4 years. How does any of this relate to why you write C++ like C? I don't know. We'll see. Maybe he's cooking still, okay? He's still cooking, guys.
So this is why the standard implementation of a vector looks so weird. Because that's the correct way to write it.
So he's, guys, you know, he added the salt right now, okay? It's starting to taste like something, okay?
I don't know about you, but I don't want to write code like that. So my strong recommendation is to write simple C++ code in your everyday.
But you could use the std vector instead. I don't like using std vector, but you could use the std vector instead. And reserve memory, yes. std reserve, you know, vector reserve behaves like an array. True, yeah.
Day coding and do weird stuff like this only if there's no alternative. Still, don't agree with me?
No.
What do you think is harder, making a Minecraft clone or writing a C++ vector? Well, I'll tell you that I can make a...
Actually, I think it's the vector, to be honest. Not because of the sheer amount of code that you have to write, but because the vector is so difficult to write because there's so many nuances. Look at the standard library. I don't want to write code like this. Yes, that's why it's in the standard library, so you don't have to. Yeah, true.
Minecraft clone. But my vector, that I even built unit tests for, still has a problem that I just found now. You didn't expect that, did you? You saw that I was done, but no. Using memcopy here is wrong and can sometimes, and I underline sometimes, break your program.
Who in chat said earlier that memcopy is wrong? Who said that? Who of you guys in chat said that? Who was it? Me? Me? Okay, those who are lying get banned, by the way. Cranky. Memcopy was also... Okay, Cranky said it. Cakez fart, Galaxy Media. See you in 5 minutes. You're lying. You're trying to reap the fruits of someone else's labor and smartness. Okay. You're lying. There you go. Idiots. Okay, collector of stuff is gone too. For 10 minutes. Just give him a 10-minute break. You're wrong. You're wrong. We all did. Kind of pathetic that you're the only one who didn't see it. Okay, pre-watched equals smart. Oh, actually, I think he pre-watched it, yeah. I don't understand why you're banning.
So I believe that it is great that we have std vector. And I love it. And I use it every time, but I'm not implementing something like that every day. So I sometimes like to think of C++ as C with vectors. With this in mind, let's look at my coding style, and also the trick that I promised. I like approach-based design. This means write the code first, then make abstractions. Like, how can you make abstractions if you don't...
Yeah, write the code first. He means, let's say you have a particular problem, like for example, colliding projectiles with enemy units. You write the code that works, and then you figure out, oh, okay, so I use this code here, and I use this code here. These two code paths work together. Maybe I should create a function. Maybe I should abstract away. True, yeah. That's what I do too. It works very well.
Know how your code will look. And then, about coding itself. In general, I write most of the code procedural. If a function becomes big, like the main function, I split it in regions sometimes, then smaller functions.
I do this too. These are called scopes, and you can name the scopes, and then you can use folding, and you essentially have functions. You know, this is a function, get player positions and stuff. Now, is it a perfect name? No. But you would have the same issue with a function name. Yes. And so this right here will most likely never be called in a different position other than in this particular position. So creating a function now makes it open to be called by anyone. And this could introduce bugs because maybe the function does something else that you don't expect. And then maybe you have to go and redo the function and only extract this one part out. And now you have this one function calling the other function. And you know, the other function just calling this part of the function. Yeah.
Also, you can see that I'm not a fan of having many very small functions. I think that makes the program harder to read actually.
Yeah, I think so
just
too.
split
I
things
think I like reading from top to bottom like a book. It's really nice.
into functions or classes when it makes sense. I also use lambdas quite often to make some temporary functions. I don't
Yeah,
like
me too. Like I create locally scoped functions when I know that I only need this function in this local scope, but I need it in 2 or 3 different places. Yeah, and I don't want to write the same code, like copy paste it. Yeah.
functional programming, but I do like not saving too much state. I instead recalculate it when I need to, so from that perspective.
So like, yeah, you can use public and private to create access to your functions. I agree, that's another feature. I treat access as scope levels. So my access to public and private is defined by the level of scope that I use. If it's inside the function, it is local. If it's outside the function, it is global. And if it's inside a function, inside an if statement, then it's only inside the if statement of the function. And so I just, the deeper I go, the further away it is hidden from the outside. That's how I see it.
I write my code a little function. On this topic, I don't use events or callbacks. I try to, again, instead ask every time if something should happen rather than wait for an event trigger. If I'm inside a boss fight, for example.
I'm still debating on this one whether that's a good idea or not, because I do that too. I always ask. I don't do an event too. I have learned, or I have tried events in the past, and the code for those was just really complicated. Now you can do events by having, you know, function pointers, you know, stuff like that. This does work. And then I think it's called std option. No, not option. It's std procedures or something. I don't remember. But there's an std version for function pointers.
I would check if the boss is live, drops to 0, instead of sending a kill boss event when it dies. I know that it might not seem like much, but things like this compound and can add weird bugs. For example, when I press Ctrl X on a folder, it will cut it, and it will make it look faded to signal that. But if I change the name of that folder, it will still remain faded. But I can't actually paste it anymore, because the name has changed. Now Microsoft did it like this probably to save battery, but you can see how a bug was introduced. But for
I see, so it's trying to paste the file using an event, and it stores the event or the data as a different file name. Interesting.
It's much simpler to just check every frame if the current cutted file is the current one, and if so, change its appearance. I also do some data-oriented design. So, for example, I like creating systems for contained things, and then pass them around as references. This makes it simple for me to see what system uses what. And you can do cool stuff by passing data around like this.
So when he says system, he means like data for input, data for the game, data for rendering, data for audio, and then all of these systems, just bundled data that are containing the information for audio, the information for the game. And then you pass the game state around, and people can change the game state or not.
Like, this is how I implemented hotcode reloading in my game engine. Check this.
Yeah, that's what I did as well. Hotcode reloading works because you're pasting. No, because you're not pasting. Because you're passing data around, and then everyone just reads the data, and you can keep the data in your main game and reload your code and just pass it the data from your main game.
Video if you want to know how. I also prefer to write the code down rather than have fancy abstraction systems where I can submit work. It is cool to have something like this, but you have to keep in mind that this makes them harder to debug if they interact, because I think that if you simply write the code, you can more easily see the code, read it, and step to it. For a similar reason, I don't throw exceptions. Using a procedural coding style, you can easily see and read what happens. But if you throw an exception, that's like having a goto, but a goto that jumps out of multiple functions. And not only that.
Oh, okay, but doesn't it show you the line where the exception happened? The catch? Wait. Doesn't it show you where the error happened? Can you, but you can't debug back, I guess? No? Not in C++? Really? No stack trace either? No stack trace? Oh, okay, that sucks. So this is what I use. It's assertions, not exceptions. That works very well. This stuff right here, for example. This helps. And then I have the stack trace available. GDB, breakpoint, break now, done. Break throw.
But potentially, it can be thrown from many places. So depending on the case, I return error codes, or my favorite trick, but I will leave that for last. Now,
assertions. 100%. Assertions. This is gonna be it.
To manage memory, I don't like classes to allocate.
They get optimized away in release. I decide what happens to them in release. I will probably log the error for now in the beginning. But I will make it so that the game won't crash. Yes.
Memory on creation and making use of destructors myself. If needed, my structs have a create and destroy methods. You might think it's easy to have leaks, but I already made a video about that, so you can look there. The advantage is that if I have a class that has some resources like a texture, I can easily pass it around systems and delete it at the end. Now, I also don't use...
But you can forget to delete it, bro. But yeah, he's basically saying that in his memory video that you should have as minimal new and deletes as possible in your game.
Polymorphism. But
so essentially maybe have one big allocation in the start and then you write your own memory allocator where you allocate or create your own resources in.
The reason is that I don't personally get benefits from it. And that is the case with many C++ features. So just because a feature is there, that doesn't mean you should use it. You should use it if the benefits outweigh the cost. And this applies to many things, so next time you want to do something a certain way, because that is what you see people do online, ask yourself if that will
See, this is what I do all the time. I ask myself, okay, so if I can use a C array, okay, let's just make a very simple example. If I can use a C array to hold data, why would I use an std array? It has a couple more functions than a C array. So that could be a reason too. Yes, and it is generic. That's also a good point to use it. So one could argue that, okay, so using the C array is way more tedious than using my own array. Than using the standard library array. So I will probably want to use an std array. And then, you know, you could ask yourself the same question with vector. Do I want to use a vector or not? Would have been cool if he gave an actual example. Like went into specifics. But I see the same. Array size is tracked and passed with it, so it doesn't have to be passed separately. Yeah, so you just pass the array instead of the pointer to the data and the size, yes. I've been using C arrays for the longest time, and it was, I have to say, it was kind of annoying to always have to pass both parameters. That was really annoying.
Actually benefit you in any way, or it is just extra unnecessary complexity. And now, one of my best tips that I can give you, and that will improve your code base by a lot.
Assertions.
So imagine you have this function, and it is important the programmer will either supply no parameters here, or both of them. You could add a comment, but it's easy to not see it. Or even way worse, modify how the function works, but forget to remove this comment. Introducing asserts. Asserts are a special type of errors that are meant for the programmer to check its code.
I have those too.
They are meant to display an error message to the programmer.
So I have better assertions than he has, I think. My assertions debug break. And then I can debug the program the moment I hit this. And then I can decide what I do on release. Right now, I always do this, even on release, but I could have like a if defined release, if defined debug. Assertions are really good.
Tell him that he wrote his code wrong. So you can include the assert and use the standard assert from C++. If the expression inside it is 0, it will throw this message, and it will even allow you to debug if you are in debug mode. But keep in mind that this assert will not run in release mode, and it also won't even run the code inside it, so be careful. So if you want to release assert,
I think release assert, like this is how I do assert. It's called if not X, the SM assert, and then it does a debug break, which in Win32 it's called debug break. On Linux it's called built-in debug trap. This has worked for us, and on Apple I think it's called built-in trap. And then you can decide whether you want to use this in release or not. I think you can write yourself one. That's very easy to do with the debug break, and then you just check if the condition is not correct. Like this is how simple how you can make your own assert, by the way. At least on those 3 operating systems, which for the most part will be where you program in, right?
you can implement your own assertion function, like this. And there is also static assert. This is an assertion that happens at compile time. So for example, I have this class.
Yeah, I have that too. Static assert is really good. Yeah, actually smart. Very good stuff here. Static. Where is this? There you go. Yeah, there you go. So for example, I have a bunch of meta progressions. 50 in total, essentially. And then I'm trying to fill in an array with these meta progressions. And I want to make sure that this never grows bigger than how many meta progressions I allow. But there's even, I have more. I think this one is a terrible example. Meta, no, static assert. What do we have here? Damages and colors. Oh yeah, I have this. I have a bunch of damages, physical, fire, cold, lightning and poison damage, and then I have colors associated with these damages. 2 arrays, I want them both to be the same size. So I'm using a static assert here. Obviously I could make this better, differently. I could program this in a different way, but yeah, I've been using this. It's very cool. This will give you an error when compiling then. And you can jump to this right away. And you can never make your game run unless you fix this assertion. Really cool.
This is an assertion that happens at compile time. So for example, I have this class and I did some bit manipulation magic on it. And it will break if I change its size. So I can just add a static assert here. The code won't compile if I change the size of this track, letting me know that I also need to update the code here. So whenever you expect your program to behave in a certain way, or a variable to have a certain value, you can add an assert there. And if it is triggered, that means that you have a bug. And because you added the assert,
so
you got
compile
lucky
specific,
and
not
to
OS specific.
And if you found this assert thing interesting, subscribe because the next video is also on that topic. So think about who else codes like you, and send him this video to also help him. And check out how I manage memory. See you.
See ya. See ya. Yeah, he's been making some good videos. I didn't know that he's been making C++ games or been programming in C++ for such a long time. You can see that he's learned a lot over the years. While this is also very generalistic, and you know, his cooking part with the SD vector, I think it would be cool. Like, in my opinion, this is more advertisement to use the STD vector than rather to make your own STD vector. Not really a reason to not use vectors at all. So, but his point, I guess, is that it's difficult to read. And I agree. However, you could also argue that the more you use the standard library, the easier it is for you to use it. And one of the biggest examples that I always see is Grinding Gear Games. They have been writing a very efficient, in my opinion, game in C++, and they heavily rely on modern C++. If you want to be an engine programmer for them, then you need to know modern C++. And their game, in my opinion, runs very well. And they're currently working on Path of Exile 2. So I think there's a place for the stand library. It's really good. Really bad video? No, I don't think so. I think he said something about the STD vector reallocates, but I don't know why he would say that. It does though. It reallocates memory if it grows. Where's the video? I lost it. It's here. Let's see. So, anyways, good video. Here it is, if you guys want to watch it.
Gotcha, bitch.
Did I link it already? I think I did, right? This video was kind of shit. Not gonna lie. What was the tangent with Vector? It looked like an incoherent mess you would make. Okay, bro. At least the standard library will happily deal with C arrays. Travis Roman will with C arrays if you use the preferred free functions, size array, begin array, or ranged loops. Just can't let them decay anywhere along the way. I think people should gatekeep others' decision to use whatever paradigm they have their uses. Yeah, I don't like C++ either, but that video was kind of C++ is bad because skill issues. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know. But there is a lot of people that agree with him, so there's got to be a point. Maybe we just don't see the point. Maybe we don't see it, guys. Let's see, can we support him? Like, he's been making some really good videos. He has 2 million views, guys. 2 million. itch.io, yeah, his game is on itch. So there you go. If you want to see what type of game he made, he has made and released a game on itch.io and I think on Steam. He's been making quite a few games, yeah. If you make content, you suddenly know how everything works. Collector of stuff is fields that dude has content marker syndrome, how you call it. Funny how you agree when someone else says the exact same thing I said. No, I do not. You're wrong. What are you talking about? And what did you even say? I can't even pull you up. Content marker syndrome? I think he said something about reallocates, but I don't know why he would say that. Guy blabbers. Boy, this guy's a blabber too, just like Cakez. Incoherent reasoning and empty words. Use static arrays over dynamic arrays. Good take. This guy. Let's just not engage, huh? You said that everything's true, Ben. If you want. No, it's fine. It's okay. That's totally okay, bro. It's fine. Where's my category? It's totally fine. Guys, I've been running too late. Been running too long today. I need to do some actual work. Have to work on scripts and on fixing some other issues. Oh yeah. I'm gonna send you over to Togglebit. He's been raiding us a lot lately and I never managed to return the favor. No JavaScripts. Fix YouTube autoplay. Yeah, anyways guys, I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope you had some fun. Thank you guys for following, for the massive support. I really appreciate it. Streaming so long, yet so little work actually done. You're wrong. I actually ban you. I'll ban you. Timeout. 5 minutes. See you later, brother. Thank you guys. See you tomorrow. And say hi to Togglebit. I'm gonna raid and run him. Would be nice if you could relay the message. See you tomorrow, guys. Peace. Bye-bye. Have a great day, everyone. Peace.